Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Kent City Council Committee of the Whole meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 26th, 2021. This is a remote meeting due to the COVID-19 health and safety requirements put in order by the governor. Welcome to anyone joining us watching on channel Kent TV 21, the Facebook City of Kent channel, the YouTube Kent TV 21 channel, and also anyone that is dialing in this evening. We have a very full agenda. I would like to thank our staff for keeping us on track this evening and helping us get through some of these presentations quickly, because we have a lot of things to discuss, especially when we get towards the end of the agenda. So Kim, with that, could you please call the roll?
Council President Troutner.
Here.
Councilmember Boyce.
Here.
Councilmember Fincher.
Here.
Councilmember Core.
Here.
Councilmember Larmer.
Here.
Councilmember Michaud.
Here.
Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
And I have noted the mayor is also in attendance today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kim. Do we have any changes to the agenda from councilor staff?
No changes from staff this afternoon, Madam President.
All right. With that, let's go ahead and get started with our very first item, which is payment of bills. Those come to all of the council members via email, and we will move that on to the consent calendar. So we will move on to the November financial report, and I'd like to welcome Michelle Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Michelle Ferguson, the Financial Planning Manager, and I'll be presenting the November 2020 monthly financial report. The city has received nearly $97.5 million in revenues through November. Next slide, please, Kim. Thank you. The estimated actuals of these revenue categories have changed since the October report, and the two categories that I would like to highlight are licenses and permits and intergovernmental revenues. The license and permit revenues are estimated to only have a $440,000 unfavorable balance, as opposed to in the October report, it was estimated that it would have about a $1.2 million unfavorable balance. And this is due to some large permits that were issued in December. The intergovernmental revenues are now estimated to have a slightly favorable balance, as opposed to in the October report, it had about an $82,000 negative balance. And those are also due to some revenues coming in higher in December than we had anticipated. Next slide. The property tax revenue is highlighted in the middle of the slide. The revenue for October and September were quite a bit lower than we had anticipated from the budget in 2020 and received in 2019. But as you can see in November, that the city received $3.1 million in property tax revenue, which puts us right on target to meet our estimated actual of $31.2 million this year in 2020. The sales tax revenues have been coming in higher than budgeted for most of the year, in large part to increased internet sales. These general fund sales tax revenues are made up of sales and use tax, annexation sales tax credit, natural gas tax, and a portion of the criminal justice sales tax. The 2019 figures make it seem like the city is receiving far less sales tax revenue than in 2019, which is a bit misleading. So as of June, you will remember that the city no longer receives benefits from the annexation sales tax credit, and the criminal justice sales tax has moved back to the criminal justice fund. When you solely look at the sales and use tax, the city is estimated to receive about $300,000 more than it did in 2019. Next slide. This slide, we're going to look at the B&O taxes, which fall under other taxes. The B&O taxes revenue have been coming in slightly over budget. And as you may recall, there was a change to when payments for B&O annual filers are due. Normally, it's been at the end of January, but now the 2020 due date for annual filers have been extended until mid-April of 2021. Since this is the first year of that change, it is unknown of how much of these revenues will be collected in 2020 versus 2021. So that is why on the estimated actuals for B&O revenues, it's showing slightly less than budget. It's showing that we'll receive a few $100,000 less, but it could be up to $1 million, just depending on when people file their taxes. Next slide. The general fund expenditures are nearly 4 million under what they were in 2019 for expenditures. As you can see, all the departments are coming in under budget with the exception of Public Works. With only 1 month left of expenditures, you would expect to see about 92% of the budget expended. But as you can see, overall expenditures are nearly at 80%. This is due to the central cost allocation plan and the COVID cuts. We've covered this before, but I wanted to point it out again that IT and Public Works, highlighted in purple, are the two departments that are not really part of the general fund, but a small portion had been allocated to the general fund for annexation purposes. Now that the annexation is over, expenditures will no longer be charged to the departments within the general fund. And even though Public Works is technically over budget, there is a revenue that offsets this expense. Highlighted in blue are the departments that now are part of the central cost allocation plan. You can see that these departments have a much higher variance dollar-wise and percentage-wise from 2019 to 2020, which makes things look a little weird. But when you look at the department's percentage of budget, they're right on track with the other departments. Next slide. So normally I highlight the year-to-year comparison for these other funds, but since we're so close to year-end, I decided to highlight the estimated actuals of these funds. Highlighted on the slide are the left one retiree benefits and the capital resources fund. When looking at the estimated actuals column, it may seem like these funds are over budget since there are less revenues coming in than expenditures, resulting in a negative balance. But if you compare the 2020 budget to the estimated actual column, you can see that the estimated actual expenditures are lower than the budget. Both of these funds were budgeted to have more expenditures than revenues. For example, the Capital Resources Fund was budgeted to use $8 million of their fund balance in 2020, but due to revenues coming in higher and expenditures coming in lower, it's estimated that this fund will only use $5.5 million of fund balance in 2020. Next slide. And as you may recall, there was a budget change in November of 2020 approved so that Fleet could use some of their existing fund balance to purchase some replacement vehicles in 2020 in order to save some money on the cost of those vehicles. This fund is just another example of a strategic use of fund balance. The Facilities Fund is in the opposite situation than the other funds I pointed out. They were budgeted to use some fund balance in 2020, but due to expenditures coming in lower, they will be able to add money to their fund balance in 2020. And on the last slide, we're going to look at the charts at the bottom of the slide. And you can see that when you're comparing 2019 actuals, 2020 budget, and 2020 estimated actuals, they're all very similar for the revenues. And when you look at expenditures, they're also very comparable. So we haven't had any large variances in revenue expenditures, even with all that's been happening with the pandemic. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Michelle. Anybody have any questions for Michelle?
Madam President, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Michelle, for the business licenses, have we started, where would that be? Have we started, I guess, when will people apply for the business license for 2021? Do you know?
Right now, they're processing business licenses for 2021.
And there's a time frame on that? We got to get them between January 1st and 31st, or what?
I can jump in for just a moment to help Michelle out with this question. So business license renewal forms were mailed out to businesses at the beginning of December. Payments continue to come in. Because we do all of our renewals at one time, it does take us a little bit longer to get those printed and back out the door. So with 7,000 business license renewals that were mailed out, we will be processing them likely over the next 6 to 8 weeks. We did see some coming in December, while others continue to still make their way in for renewals.
All right. The reason I'm asking, as time goes on, I'd be interested to see, compare the last year business license against this year, so we know how many business possible, the difference between the business in 2020 versus 2021. I know it won't be precise when you got new business, but also I'll be able to see how many people have gone out of business because of COVID.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be sure to put together a report for you on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Great question. Very interesting. Something to think about. Anybody else have any questions or comments for Michelle? All right. I'm not seeing any hands raised. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, which is C, information only 2021 insurance program update. And I'd like to welcome Chris Hills.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Council President and City Council members. I'm Chris Hills, the Risk Manager. This will be the semi-annual update of the 3 insurance programs that renew on January 1st of each year. Those are the liability, excess worker compensation, and cyber liability programs. We'll start with our liability program. Next slide, please. This slide depicts the broad spectrum of issues currently affecting the entire insurance industry. Across all markets, these issues include, most significantly, the pandemic, which has created uncertainty in virtually every aspect of our lives. Also, all-time low interest rates, which insurers rely upon for investment income, severe weather, and regulatory pressure to expand presumptive illness laws. The liability market is experiencing conditions not seen since the mid-1980s. As I shared a year ago, this market is being affected by several factors that have combined to increase premiums. Some of the factors shown here have significant impacts on cities. Specifically, social inflation is increasing awards and settlements in liability claims. Social inflation generally refers to the rising costs of insurance claims that are a result of societal trends and views toward increased litigation, broader contract interpretations, plaintiff-friendly legal decisions, and larger jury awards. Reinsurers have been hit hard by extreme losses due to these large jury awards in coverage layers which have not traditionally been subject to loss. The result has been reduced capacity as some reinsurers are either leaving the market altogether or are limiting the extent of their participation below prior years. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the substantial growth in the largest jury awards over the past 5 years on the left side of the screen, which shows a 100% increase in the largest average jury awards during that 5-year period. On the right side is a list of some significant jury awards or settlements. You'll note that 3 of these listed all occurred in Washington, but substantial awards occur nationwide. In Washington, we had the Ride the Ducks verdict of $123 million, the accident involving a City of Seattle fire vehicle, which settled for $65 million, and the verdict against DSHS for $32 million, which was originally a jury award of $100 million, but reduced to $32 million by the court. Next slide, please. This slide reflects the city's liability insurance programs, or towers, for 2020 on the left and 2021 on the right. You'll note a difference between last year and this year, specifically that Markel, who were part of last year's $15 million layer above the $5 million primary layer, have withdrawn from the municipal market altogether. Also, that AWAC now has the $10 million layer above the $5 million primary layer, not $15 million as they had last year. This was done to limit their exposure in that layer. Hallmark, who last year were above the layers to $20 million, have dropped down to fill in this $5 million above 15. And then finally, AWAC has taken the $5 million layer above 20. AWAC, the insurance market hardening, I referred to earlier is reflected in these changes as AWAC limited their layer to 10 million, and then were willing to jump back in above 20 with another 5. So they have a layer in there of another insurer, which does act to limit their loss exposure there. Next slide, please. So the major differences in the terms and conditions of this year's coverage are first that communicable disease coverage is limited to $5 million. This is now a common either limitation or an exclusion in all policies based entirely on COVID-19. Second, our self-insured retention, or SIR, which is like the deductible, has increased from $500,000 per loss to $750,000 per loss. And finally, the premium increase is 40% from the 2020 $677,000 up to $948,000. That percentage is generally reflected across the entire commercial insurance market. As an indication of overall liability rates, Aon, who are the world's second largest insurance brokerage, reports that 80% of their customers had an average premium increase of 44%, and 20% of their clients had an average increase of 145%. Next slide, please. This slide details our liability premium history since 2003. You'll note that we have increased our SIR 3 times during this period. In 2013, we saw a decrease in premium as a result of taking on more risk from $100,000 to $250,000 for our SIR. Again, in 2018, we increased our SIR to $500,000 and had a resulting decrease in premium. This year, however, due to the significant market hardening, we find ourselves with both an increase in the SIR from $500,000 to $750,000, as well as a 40% in premium increase. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to excess worker compensation, this chart reflects our coverage over the past 3 years and this year's renewal. This market has seen negative loss development, particularly with regard to law enforcement, as there have been attacks on law enforcement around the country during protests over the past year. That threat, combined with the city's loss experience, has resulted in a 47% premium increase and an increase in our SIR, or deductible, specifically for police, to $750,000. Next slide, please. Particularly noteworthy facts for this renewal are, first, that the total of premiums paid by the city from 2002 through 2020 was $1.345 million. Losses paid, by comparison, losses paid in the same period were $2.2 million. The resulting loss ratio is 163%, which means that for every dollar in premium received, our insurer has paid out $1.63. Next slide, please. Finally, our cyber liability coverage renewal. As I'm sure you've heard, federal, state, and local governments have come under serious attack from cyber criminals over the past year. The case of the Washington Employment Security Department being a notable example in the state of Washington. Ransomware attacks have also become commonplace. We are maintaining our current levels of coverage and also $5 million of coverage for ransomware events. Our retention did increase from $25,000 to $50,000 as all carriers are seeking greater risk sharing. I would like to point out that IT Director Carrington and his staff were very involved in this renewal and have worked closely with our insurer to continue our efforts to ensure the highest level of network security at the city. Finally, in summary, this was the most difficult renewal I've experienced in my career. I fully expect that with the wildfire season we had in 2020, that our property renewal in July will also be very challenging. Next slide, please, Kim. And finally, are there any questions?
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Boyce.
Hey, could we back up to the liability history chart? I didn't want to interrupt you. I just want to ask a quick. So I think you mentioned, Chris, so when we noticed the deduction, I think you noticed like in 2013, right? And we did the deduction because, explain it to me once again, I'm sorry. I know the premium dropped. So can you tell me why like in 2013 it went from 800,000 to 600,000?
Yes, Councilmember Boyce, that is due to the increase in our self-insured retention. In other words, in 2012, we were responsible for the first $100,000 of any loss. In 2013, we became responsible for the first $250,000 of every loss. And as such, you get a bit of a premium reduction for that increase in the risk you take on.
So as of now, we at the $250,000 deductible, right?
No, I'm sorry. As of 2018, it was $500,000, and as of 2021, it is currently $750,000.
So that's a big jump from 2020 to 2021 by $300,000. So I'm just asking the question I don't know. So will we not raise that to $1 million to bring that down, or does that make economic sense?
Well, I guess I'd say that it's a good question. The increase of $250,000, which is a 50% increase,
right,
in our self-insured retention, that alone resulted in an increase in premium of 40%. We certainly could take on $1 million, but as it is, we're having to increase our reserves. And I'm working currently with the folks in the finance department. We have to increase our reserves because every loss, we now have an additional $250,000 that we're responsible for. And we currently are trying to build up to be able to cover that. It is possible, I would say perhaps next year or the year after that we may be looking at that $1 million self-insured retention.
And I guess the reason why I'm asking is the rate from 2020 to 2021 is about $300,000, right? If you raise the rate from $750,000 to $1 million, I wonder what that 2021 rate would be. I'm guessing it'd be a lot less than $947 would be my guess. But I don't need an answer, just something to think about, sir.
Well, yes, we felt like taking on that amount of additional individual risk per loss, $250,000, was in and of itself a substantial increase. And again, the reserves increases necessary are going to affect the budget in the long run, just to take on the additional $250,000, so that doubling that retention per loss didn't seem to make financial sense at this time. It may in the years to come, assuming we can build up those reserves.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fincher, you had your hand up at one time. Did you get your question asked?
I had my question answered. Thank you.
Chris, I just have a quick question. I know we saw the chart that shows some of the reasons that explain why this is going up, and it's not just affecting us, it's probably affecting, other cities and other businesses across the country. Do you ever expect to see those premiums be adjusted back down a little bit, or is this something that we'll continue to see happen from year to year?
Well, it's a really good question, and if you looked at the premium history, there were even when we retained the same self-insured retention in the mid-teens, we did have some years where the premiums decreased. Actually, I would say that right now in the current market, and looking at the loss potential that I was talking about in terms of these increased jury awards and much higher settlements on most all cases, I would say premium decreases, I wouldn't see them in the very near future. It's possible that they could happen if the market softens, but right now the market is even continuing to harden, and I just couldn't predict that.
Thank you for that explanation. Anybody else have any questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
All right. We are going to move on in the agenda. Next up is this item requires council action. It is to ratify the HP laptop purchase utilizing CARES Act funds. So welcome to James Endicott.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time today. I'm James Endicott, Infrastructure and Security Operations Center Manager in IT. So as a quick reminder, I came before council last summer, July of 2020, requesting approval for purchase of up to 500 laptops and associated equipment from Microsoft. This request was in support of the work from home initiative early in the pandemic. After doing our initial assessment of users, we were able to purchase about 370 new Surface laptops, but because we had some users that had higher computing needs, we were unable to mobilize about 60 staff. So we became concerned because we could not address them. They were having to carry their large computers at home, or they were having to remain on site. So we were able to identify a new mobile workstation that was more powerful and that would meet their the requirements for computing. However, the issue that we were facing was this was not through Microsoft, it was through Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. So I am here today to ask that we have approval to expand the approved vendors to include Hewlett-Packard, not increasing the budget itself because we were well under what we had originally requested. Any questions?
All right, anybody have any questions about this? So like you said, basically it's just to allow a different vendor. Councilmember Lamar.
Yeah, thank you. So how many of the workstations are we purchasing?
Of the mobile workstations, we're purchasing 65.
65, okay. And then with the 370 Surface laptops, what percent done are we at mobilizing our workforce for home?
Yep, so at this point, we have deployed just over 305. We did the majority of them, about 295, before the end of the year. And now we're addressing about the last 25 or 30, which were just because of vacations, things like that. And so we expect to have those finalized hopefully by the end of January. And then the new mobile workstations are scheduled right now to be here in mid-February. So after we do our image and our testing and everything, we're looking at deployments in mid-March.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kaur.
Thank you. Thank you, James. My question is, when did we identify that we needed to purchase workstations for these individuals? Because we're already almost a year into this pandemic, and have these individuals been working in the office or?
No, they were able to, again, some of them have chose to stay working in the office, and some of them have taken their devices home, their computers home. The number one thing that we've actually faced during this pandemic is actually getting equipment, right? Equipment that we used to be able to get in a matter of weeks is now taking 3-4 months. And we started the purchase with HP all the way back in, I want to say early October. And we actually got to a point where we were ready to purchase. And HP came back and said, we are ending this specific model. So we had to go back through the process of identifying a compatible model and then testing to verify it would work with our users. So part of it has just been availability.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you, Madam President. This is inclusive of everything, right? Everything that they'll need to operate at home, meet all their current needs.
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, these computers that we're purchasing here are actually the most powerful computers that we've ever had at the city. They far exceed even what they're currently using now. So it will certainly give them years of good use out of them. And it does include everything that they would need.
Good. And still way under budget. Good job.
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments?
I got a question. I can't raise my hand. I don't know what's going on here. Probably operator error. James, all the computers, is our network stable to handle all the updates and so on and upgrades?
That was a great question, Councilmember Boyce. So yes, a couple things. I won't take too much time, but just for awareness, we have a couple things that we're doing internally to IT to support this, because we have had obviously such an increase in the amount of laptops that are touching our network. We are actually in the very, very beginning phase of our wireless refresh our network refresh. And so part of that, again, if you remember, is of my request is we had requested extra dollars in the CARES grant for funding of an additional infrastructure for wireless because we were going to have that many more devices. Also, we are at the beginning stages of our network refresh as well. So all of those things have been thought through the additional capacity to support all these new devices.
Hey, thanks a lot. I just want to comment again. I am just so happy with our ID department and all the progress we made since 2012 when I first came on. I'm ecstatic. And James, thanks to you. I know you playing a major role in this here. Mike, you as well too. But really, really happy to see our IT really come up to the next level. So thanks a lot.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Gosh, when I started, Bill, we just had an abacus.
I had paper and pencil when you started, Les.
All right. Anybody else have any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fincher, you still have your hand raised?
I raised it again. Thank you. So what does, with all of the extra laptops, all of the extra locations, what does this do as far as our security, our need for space and backup, cloud use, redundancy for storage, that sort of thing?
Great questions again. So it's interesting that when you look at everything that we're doing, it's kind of all baked together. And what I mean by that is, for example, yes, we are adding laptops to it. And with that comes additional security requirements because now we have these devices that aren't chained to a desk. So we are upping our security posture with regards to the laptops. We're upping our physical network. We're upping our wireless network. We are doing all of those things. When you look at the cloud aspect of it, those are things around the cloud that actually take pressure off of our internal network because things can be stored in the cloud. But the flip side of that is, the reciprocal side of that is, okay, great, we're not having to do that on site anymore. We now have to push that data to the cloud. Well, what does that mean? Now our internet pipe has to be bigger because now there's more data traversing that internet connection. So it's not like you trade one for the other. They're always kind of a harmonious balance, right? You may get rid of one, but it typically means an uptick on the other side.
And again, that cost is all figured in here?
It is, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised. So everyone has the motion before them, and this is for to ratify the HP laptop purchase utilizing CARES Act fund. So if everyone is okay, we will move this forward to the consent calendar.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. I see Bill's using his reaction. He's got his thumbs up. Good job.
Thanks, Marley.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you so much, James, for that presentation. All right, moving ahead, we are on to the next item, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 9.02 Criminal Code of the Kent City Code, and this also requires action.
Good evening. So this is relatively simple. The state legislature from time to time creates new laws. We are responsible for the prosecution of misdemeanors in the city. So what this does is adopt locally various misdemeanors that have been adopted by the state over the past 2 years and allows for local prosecution of them. A few interesting ones is it is illegal to impersonate a census taker, unlicensed carrying of firearms on a childcare premises, intentionally transmitting HIV, etc. So there are already crimes. This is just so that we can prosecute it locally if any of those situations were to arise.
All right, does anybody have any questions? All right, so then before you all have this motion for the ordinance amending the Chapter 9.02. Everyone okay with moving this forward? All right, seeing thumbs up. Okay, we will move that forward to the consent calendar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that brings us to the next item, which is the WSDOT Local Bridge Program Grant. This also requires action.
I guess that would be me. Hi, good evening, council members. I am Carla Maloney, the Design Engineering Manager in Public Works. Thank you for having me here today to talk about the WSDOT Local Bridge Program Grant. Next slide, please. Every 2 years, a federal local bridge program distributes funds to states to improve the condition of bridges through replacement, rehabilitation, and preservation maintenance. The WSDOT Local Program and Bridge Office evaluates and awards funds granted from the federal government. This season, it is expected that the federal local bridge program will distribute $85 million in grants, with a portion going to Washington State. WSDOT has issued a call for projects with applications due February 19th, and it is expected that they will award the grants this fall or winter. Up to $3 million is available per project for preservation maintenance projects. There are local funding commitments for awarded projects. Projects awarded for design and/or right-of-way phases have a required 13.5% local match. By December 2024, anything advertised after December 2024 have a required 13.5% match. The city has 2 bridges that meet grant eligibility, and they are the Maker Street Bridge and the South 212th Street Bridge. The Meeker Street Bridge is a riveted worn truss bridge characterized by the green metal truss structure you see above the bridge. It is 63 years old. Elements in need of repair include the concrete bridge deck or the roadway. There's primarily rutting and scaling along the entire roadway. The concrete supporting the bridge deck, which is called the soffit, bridge railing elements, joints on the bridge, and paint. To complete the noted work, the project is expected to cost approximately $3 million. Next slide, please. The South 212th Street Bridge is a welded steel girder bridge constructed in 1966. It is 55 years old. Elements in need of repair include the metal bridge. To complete the work noted, the project is expected to cost approximately $300,000. Next slide, please. We applied for a grant for each bridge in 2018, but we were unsuccessful in securing grant funds. Although the condition of the bridges has not substantially changed in the last 2 years, we feel that the bridges will perform well in the grant competition. A preliminary estimate was completed for each bridge for the work discussed earlier. It is our goal to secure these grants and advertise the project prior to December 2024. Therefore, we expect the city contribution to the Meeker Street Bridge to be approximately $54,000 and $5,400 for the South 212th Street Bridge. That's indicated by the data in the left. Completing this work would help to protect the environment by preventing flaking paint and rusting metal from falling into the river. It would also protect structural elements of the bridge, reducing the need for possible emergency maintenance closures, extending the life of the bridge, and would create a smoother ride for travelers. Grant applications are due February the 19th. Please consider our request to seek these grants and provide consent to submit applications for these 2 projects. Thanks.
Of course, we love to get grant money. Anybody have questions about this for Carla?
Did I lose you guys?
Can you hear us, Carla?
I can hear you.
Okay. I just have one question. You said we've applied for these 2 projects in the past. When you apply for them again, does that increase your chances at all? Do they happen to look at projects that you move forward at all?
To my understanding, they evaluate the projects based off of the merit of the application that's submitted, and does not necessarily take into account whether they've been applied for before.
Okay, well, let's cross our fingers and hope that we get good luck this time around. All right, is everyone okay moving this forward to the consent calendar? All right, seeing some head shake and some thumbs up, so we will go ahead and move that forward. Thank you so much for joining us. And next up, we have some information.
Thank you.
Donati is going to talk to us about the 2020 Adopt a Street Spot Recognition.
Thank you.
Summary. Thank you so much, Carla.
Thank you, Madam President and council members. My name is Tony Donati. I'm the Conservation Coordinator here in Public Works Engineering. It's a pleasure to speak with you this afternoon in reviewing our 2020 Adopt a Street and 2020 Adopt a Spot program and recognize all those who have participated. Next slide. This afternoon, I'd like to honor some true hometown heroes, our Adopt a Street and Adopt a Spot volunteers. Next slide. These dedicated people have so much pride in where they live and work that they donate their, they voluntarily give up their free time and energy to pick up other people's garbage and litter to ensure our community is clean. And for that, we cannot thank them enough. Next slide. These civic-minded adopters range from individuals, couples, families, churches, neighborhood groups, businesses, and organizations. Next slide. Week in and week out, they contribute to make a difference in our community. Next slide. We started the Adopt a Street program in 2012, and we currently have 32 active groups. We started the Adopt a Spot program in June of 2018, and we currently have 32 groups also. So that makes a total of 64 groups. Last year, we ended the year, we had 48 groups. In 2018, we had 32 groups. So we've doubled our amount of groups since 2018. And this is still just an amazing program that continues to be wildly popular. And we have more and more people with a lot of interest. Next slide. In 2020, adopters combined to collect 693 bags of trash. And next slide. Adopters also totaled 1,071 volunteer hours. Next slide. Not only are these adopters reducing litter in our community, but they're also protecting our wildlife, our water quality, and just being exceptional role models to our children, family, and other community members and how to take pride in where they live and work. Next slide. All of these volunteers are true hometown heroes. Next slide. Unfortunately, like in years past, we could not gather there in the chamber and recognize everyone in person, but I have extended an invite to everyone to watch live. And if they're not able to watch live, then I will certainly send out the link to everybody so they can watch this recording of this. So that's a great feature. I would also like to note and thank Mayor Ralph, Council Members Fincher, Core, Thomas, Larimer, and all who have participated or are currently participating in the Adopt a Street, Adopt a Spot program as well. And you can see here on the map, we have the city covered with 64 total groups and growing. We have the East Hill to West Hill, the Meridian area, up north in the Panther Lake area. Downtown is just spotted. And even now we're moving more into the valley. So we are just covered, and all these folks deserve a virtual huge thank you and a virtual round of applause. But I encourage anyone who is interested in joining our group to go to our website, kentwa.gov/talkingtrash, or give me a call directly, and together we'll continue to clean Kent one bag at a time. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Tony. I think it was about a year ago that we were all in council chambers and you came and spoke to us, and the mayor challenged everyone to adopt a spot. And it's so awesome to see that our totals have basically doubled. It's amazing that we've got all of these great volunteers out there taking care of our city. So thank you so much for keeping this program up and running. And I see Councilmember Larmer has her hand raised.
Thank you, Council President. And Tony, thank you for this. It's an amazing amount of trash and an unbelievable amount of volunteer hours. So I just want to thank everybody in the community that's listening today that participates in this. It's a wonderful program and we appreciate it so much. I want to give a special shout out. I saw my Girl Scout Service Unit 20 in there, so go Girl Scouts. But what I didn't see, and I may have missed it, is Boy Scouts. So I'm wondering if there's some way to get a little bit of competition going here, maybe between Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, how many bags they can collect, maybe between service clubs and different groups, maybe add a little bit of a competition element here to encourage participation as well. But great job, everyone.
Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you. And I wanted to say thanks to Tony too for always being so willing to help and make sure that we have all the supplies we need. For anyone who may not know, who may be listening, you don't have to supply your own bags and grabbers. They have all of those things for you. So if you happen to have your own, fine, bring them. But if not, the leaders of the groups get those from the city. And so all you need to do is show up. Everything else is supplied for you. And it's a good way to get to know your neighbors.
Absolutely. Thanks for touching on that. And with COVID, things changed. We took a drastic dip during especially the second quarter of the year. But they really bounced back in the third quarter, and we kept going, and we're off to a great start now in 2021 also.
All right. Anybody else have any questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Great job. Keep it up.
All right. Thanks. Have a great night.
You too. All right. That brings us to item number H on our agenda. And I'm going to welcome Uriel Varela to give us an update on the equity strategic planning process.
Thank you, Council President, and good evening, Council members, Council President. Again, my name is Uriel Varela, and I'm the Interim Race and Equity Manager here. So today I'll be presenting the planning process, which will lead to the city strategic plan. Please feel free to stop me and ask any questions whenever you have them. So here is the table of contents. So I'm going to be going over, so why race? Why is it important to lead with race? Followed by why government? So what role does government have in addressing these disparities? I'm going to go into the methodology, what framework I'm using for the work, for the plan. And then we will go over the 6-month timeline. What can we accomplish in those 6 months, and what are the next steps? So next slide, please. Before we dive into the work, it's always important that we share some common terms and definitions. This is part of the normalizing process. So at top, you can see the most common term that most of us are familiar with is individual racism. So individual racism is what we often see reported on the news or portrayed in popular media. We even have hate crime statistics that we can look at to determine how prevalent individual racism is around us. So that is the most common term that I think most of us understand. That is followed by institutional racism. So what does that mean? It can be defined as practices that work better for some and not for others, often intentional, sometimes unintentional. And examples of institutions and what racism may look like in those institutions are banking. So interest rates, how are those calculated? Are those different for people of color? So in the healthcare industry, is pain management different based on race? That is something really interesting that it's actually been shown during this COVID pandemic. There are examples of this. The food industry, how is food subsidized? Who works for the food processing plants? What protection do those workers have? So these are some of these institutions. Structural racism is how these various systems and institutions combine to create a structure that negatively impacts communities of color. Where explicit bias is expressed directly in the open, so these are actions or comments that are made in the open. And implicit bias are attitudes and stereotypes that affect our understanding, our actions and decisions in an unconscious manner. So an example of this, and this is a rhetorical question, so when you picture a student in detention, what race do you assume they are? So you don't need to answer that question, but that is what unconscious implicit bias is. Next slide, please. So why focus on race? So here you can see a list of the various indicators of success in this country. So this list is not exhaustive, but it gives you an idea of how we define a successful life outcome. So you have higher education, you have life expectancy, health, justice, K-12 education, wealth, hiring and promotion, etc. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, but it gives you an idea. So even when you control for one of these variables or indicators, let's say that they all have the same higher education, you still see the disparities in all of the other variables or indicators when the data is disaggregated by race. So structural racism, which we defined in the previous slide, drives a lot of these outcome gaps. Next slide, please. So why government? So government has played a role in the creation and preservation of a lot of these racial inequities by creating discriminatory laws and policies. So a lot of it started initially explicit. So explicit laws that created racial inequities include Jim Crow laws, include the Japanese internment of the 1940s, Chinese Exclusion Act of the 1920s, Operation Wetback of the 1950s, redlining, the Tuskegee experiments, as well as Plessy versus Ferguson. So these are initially explicit laws that created a lot of these racial inequities. Then they became implicit. So implicit examples or examples of implicit policies that can lead to racial inequities are public school funding, gerrymandering, school to prison pipeline. So these are some examples of implicit laws and policies that can lead to these inequities. And then they became explicit once more. So we have in the picture to your left, you can see the Muslim ban, voter suppression strategies, and forced sterilization of migrant women. So these, we have to take into account the effect that these policies have on generations of Americans when we do this work. Next slide, please. So how are we going to address the issue? What are the tools at our disposal? So back in 2019, the city joined GARE, the GARE network. So GARE stands for the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. GARE is a national organization, a national network of governments working to achieve racial equity and advancing opportunities for all. So this is an alliance that is led by two organizations. The first is Race Forward, and the second one is the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. So in 2019, 4 of us participated in a 9-month training where we examined the legacy of race in this country. We looked at the government's role in creating and maintaining these inequities. We were also provided best practices for the work, including a theory of change and race, as well as some racial equity toolkits that could be used by different departments. The GARE's theory of change will be what is going to be guiding this process. So GARE, as members, we also receive opportunities for training, and we currently have a few of those available for anyone who is interested. Next slide, please. So here you can see GARE's national network map. So these are all the cities and jurisdictions that are represented in the network. So this is where these cities and that are highlighted here in jurisdictions, they're using this GARE framework to do some of the work. Next slide, please. So what is GARE's theory of change? So GARE, like I said, will be the guiding framework moving forward with this work. And the theory of change is broken down into 3 categories. So first of all, it requires normalizing conversations. So making sure that we have a shared understanding of commonly held definitions, like the ones described in the first few slides. We also have to normalize actions. How does that happen? So this is part of the first category of this theory of change. We must organize. So organizing both internally and externally to move the work forward is crucial. So internally, we have a few groups that are doing some of this work. So we have the CARE group, which is the employee resource group that's looking at race. We will also be creating an interdepartmental team on race and equity that will be looking at this strategic plan specifically, and we'll be looking at some of the projects that have been outlined already. And lastly, we need to operationalize the work. So creating toolkits that will add an equity lens to inform the decision-making process for a lot of our departments. With those frameworks and toolkits, we will analyze current ordinances and policy that may be leading to disproportionate outcomes in our community. So with the help of the community, with both internal and external stakeholders, we will likely find more ways to normalize, organize, and operationalize this work. Next slide, please. So what you're seeing here is just the theory of change in a logic model format. So this is an example provided by GARE. This doesn't necessarily mean that this is exactly what we're going to be doing. But if you look to the left, you'll see the 3 categories. So you have normalizing, organizing, and operationalizing. To the right, you see in orange the action items. So these are the actions associated with each category. We currently have about 20 projects that are part of the project matrix, equity project matrix that you all looked at. And some of these projects will fit within these different categories of normalization, organizing, as well as operationalizing the work. So our logic model will look a little bit different, but the same steps will be taken. Next slide, please. So again, this is the equity project matrix. These are the projects that were identified as part of the work when it comes to bringing equity to the city. Some of these projects will be addressed in parallel with the strategic plan. So for example, we will likely start with the translation policy because it's crucial that we have a translation policy that leads to equity when it comes to information sharing. So these are some of the projects identified. These are not the only projects that will be part of this process. More projects may be added based on our conversations with stakeholders, but this is what it looks like as far as our initial action plans and projects. Next slide, please. So what do best practices tell us about areas of focus or initial areas of focus when it comes to this work? Based on best practices research that I've done, most government institutions initially focus on the following. So in this slide, you can see the areas of focus, and under the areas of focus, you can see some of the projects that we have in this project matrix highlighted there. So one area of focus would be the City of Kent's workforce demographics, hiring and retention retention and promotion. So we're going to be doing a hiring process review to see if there are any hurdles for people to overcome, any policy that's leading to maybe unintended consequences. We have contracting practices, so looking at procurement, the procurement policies that we have currently. There's jurisdictional commitment to, and leadership and management commitment to the work. So we are looking at equity as a criterion in planning as well as capital investment. The next area of focus could be community access and partnerships. One of the projects that fits into this category is an enhanced outreach from the mayor as well as the police chief. And finally, data and metrics. So we don't have necessarily a project that has been identified that falls under this area of focus, but data and metrics will play a crucial role in our ability to measure outcomes. So it's important that we have any data collected that can be disaggregated by race. Next slide, please. Again, we have here the equity project matrix and how they fit within these three categories. So in the normalizing phase, we have the equity and inclusion speaker series. We have the care employee resource group. We have the Aaron Jones trainings, and we'll likely have additional opportunities to include normalizing aspects of the work into this plan. We have to continue to have these conversations to make these conversations a normal part of our daily language and process. When it comes to organizing, we have the Cultural Communities Board, which will all be presenting this information to them later tonight. We'll have the internal equity group, which is the interdepartmental group that will be looking at this. And we also have to have external stakeholder group meetings with community members. As far as operationalizing the work, we have, of course, the HR hiring process review, procurement process review, the current ordinance and policy review, as well as translation policy review. These are the action items that you saw on the logic model. Historically, governments, when it comes to normalizing, governments typically have 1 or 2 trainings when it comes to equity every few years, but we have to be more consistent when it comes to that, and that'll be part of the normalization process. Next slide, please. So here you have a timeline. Here is the project has been split into 5 phases to fit the 6-month timeline. So we are currently in the preparation phase. A 6-month timeline is a very aggressive approach and will likely result in limitations that include a really short turnaround time for community engagement as well as research findings and kind of figuring out what the key indicators are for this work. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we are currently in the preparation phase. So in the preparation phase, we have to have leadership communicate the importance of the work and why we're doing it. And you have all done some of this. Mayor Ralph and council members have had discussions about this. And Mayor Ralph has also sent out all user emails to staff in reference to the importance of this work. Leaders need to continue to share the importance of this work with community members. Part of this preparation phase also included looking at best practices. So what are other cities doing? What are other jurisdictions doing? What has been successful in other jurisdictions? And can we implement successful action items here in the city of Kent? I have a separate document with information kind of going deeper into this timeline. If you all are interested in this document, I can share it too. Part of the planning has to do with community engagement. And as we all know, community engagement is a little bit different because of our social distancing because of the pandemic. So part of the ideas that I have are, as far as community engagement, are a translated survey that will ask community members to provide some input when it comes to this work, consulting contracts with local nonprofits and CBOs, as well as one-on-one meetings with stakeholders and community groups. Traditional forms of engagement, like I said, have been put on hold because of the pandemic. So we also need to figure out a way to provide a visual collaboration platform that can be used during these meetings to include notes and ideas. Next slide, please. The next phase of this timeline will be the research and information gathering phase. So research of basic information and basic information gathering are important steps in the process to creating a racial equity plan. This is going to be the beginning of our stakeholder engagement period. We have initial areas of focus based on best practices that I just shared in the previous slide. But these areas of focus, again, going over them, is workforce demographics, hiring, retention and promotion, procurement practices, and consulting practices. The initial data collection will focus on these items. But one question that we must ask is, and figure out, is if these areas of focus and the action items attached to them will address the root causes of these disproportionate outcomes that we see. Many of the most important questions may not be suitable for online surveys, and that is why it's important to make time and create opportunities for dialogue with stakeholders. Again, one of the biggest limitations of a 6-month timeline is the lack of time to actually include community input, because it'll be 1 or 2 months. Next slide, please. The third phase is research findings. So synthesizing a large amount of information and converting the information into a useful format takes time. The goal of this phase is to identify key findings and share these findings with leadership, with you all, council, and all of the stakeholders participating in the research and information gathering phase. The areas of focus and timelines will likely shift based on the input we receive from our stakeholders. And next slide, please. Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide? I forgot to mention that there are some questions that we need to answer for community stakeholders, and these are some of the questions that should be considered here. So the research methodology, who participated, how did leadership participate, how did community participate, what gaps did we find, if any findings between data and leadership's opinion, any strengths or weaknesses in our current service delivery, as well as any opportunities for change and initial recommendations for the plan. Next slide, please. So after a period of research and analysis of the data collected, we'll move on to the development phase. And the areas of focus and timelines will likely shift based on input we receive from our stakeholders. The research findings will reveal the community indicators that will show where disparities can be found. And we must create actionable items with measurable outcomes. So the actionable items are the projects that you saw in the logic model, and the measurable outcomes will be crucial to measure any success that we have. Aligning community indicators with our strategies and plans and performance measures will maximize any potential impact that this plan may have. And an example of a measurable outcome is, I have it here. So for example, we can say that by fourth quarter of 2021, 100% of our HR policies will have been evaluated and corrected if needed after it is filtered through a racial equity toolkit. So this is just an example of what a measurable outcome can look like. Next slide, please. And finally, we get to the implementation phase. There must be a review before the plan is implemented, of course. And here are some of the questions that we have to ask of the plan before implementing it. So does this plan reflect the research findings? Are community indicators of racial disparities explicitly named? Are the actions and outcomes likely to lead to institutional change? And are the actions measurable and realistic? So after the plan has been vetted by stakeholders, which will include council, we'll provide the equity plan and policy for adoption by you all. There's going to be an annual progress report attached to this policy, and it'll report on the measurable outcomes. We have to do the research. We have to create a plan. We have to find the necessary tools in order to create a strong foundation when it comes to this policy. Next slide, please. So like mentioned, our current timeline is 6 months, will not allow for all of the initial projects to be addressed concurrently as we work towards creating this strategic plan. Here I've highlighted some of the projects that I think we could address within the time frame of 6 months. So the green highlights indicate work that is currently in progress. So equity and inclusion speaker series has been in progress since 2019, and our next speaker will be speaking in next month. The contract for services will be going out this week. On the yellow highlights are projects that could be accomplished given our constraints, so time constraints. So I believe we can create a translation and a policy. We can look at, of course, the strategic plan is going to be what we're working on. So that's one of the projects in the equity project matrix that we'll be working on. We will be creating the interdepartmental team on equity. We will be creating an equity webpage and possibly looking at the hiring process. Next slide, please. This is for your consideration. So if we were to move the timeline to a one-year timeline, we could add additional projects that are part of the project matrix, as well as projects that might come up with in conversations with community stakeholders. So I understand the urgency to have a policy in place, but I believe a streamlined approach comes with several limitations, and the biggest one will be the time that we can make for community input for this process. Next slide. And I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Great presentation, Yuri. Thank you very much. Questions and comments, and I think Yuri, you're maybe asking also for some feedback if we were willing to extend the timeline to 1 year.
Yes. We can do the work in the timeline provided 6 months, but I feel like best practice indicate that most cities and jurisdictions, when they work on this, they take at least a year. Some take 2 years to complete this process. I understand the urgency, but I think an extended timeline could produce a better product.
Perfect. So consider that when you're asking your questions, if we can provide feedback on that as well. And I'm going to start with Councilmember Larmer, followed by Councilmember Fincher.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Council President, and thank you so much, Uriel. This has been a great presentation. My question actually is addressing the urgency in that your statement that you feel like 6 months would be too aggressive. Is there any reason why we couldn't do this in a more phased approach? I understand that 6 months compresses the timeline we have for community input, but I also feel like we've waited so long for this work to begin that waiting a whole other year, I think it would be a little frustrating to the community as well, because we have waited so long for this type of work. Does GARS give us any type of opportunity to do a more phased approach and say, we're gonna focus on a strategic plan for these projects in the 6 months, but then continue those conversations? I mean, we don't have to just go out to the community once, do we?
No, we don't. So we can have community provide input throughout the different phases, but to focus on a specific phase allows me to spend my time just focusing on that specific task. So we are currently in the process of creating the strategic plan. So extending it would lead to a little bit longer when it comes to implementing the plan, but we can definitely work on keep the 6-month timeline and create this strategic plan, the work will continue afterwards, regardless. So this work will take years, not months. So the work will continue even throughout the different phases if they're extended from 6 months to a year. So we can complete some of the projects that are part of the equity project matrix at the same time as we are working towards creating this strategic plan. So the fact that we could extend the plan to a year doesn't mean that we're not going to be working on those projects concurrently. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then also just one other comment, you had mentioned that there'd be an annual progress report on the actions within the plan. Is there any way we could make that twice a year? It seems like a year is a long time to wait to find out, to measure our progress every year.
Yeah, we can definitely provide an update twice a year, yes, on the metrics and how we're doing.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you. I was actually quite pleased to hear you offer the suggestion of extending that to a year. When I saw that slide for 6 months, just thinking of the stakeholder inventories and all that need to be done, there's time involved in all of those, not meaning that things aren't getting done. For instance, the policies, that sort of thing can, there's a number of those things that are still moving forward at that time, but this is not something that you do and then you stop and you move on to the next project. So I was, that was a big concern. So I definitely would be in favor of extending the time limit, getting more work done, it's not a matter of dragging the feet and not getting anything done. It's kind of like quantity versus quality. Come out with a better product at the end that's more inclusive of other areas that may not be mentioned there. Some of those would be in the reporting back of the data even. So the annual progress reports or semi-annual progress reports, but making sure that information comes back to us and to the community. So we're going to be involving people in getting the data. So we should also report back to them on what our findings were. And I didn't notice it, but an actual equity policy was on that list of accomplishments that is expected.
Yes, that'll be one of the results from this strategic plan. So a policy that can be adopted by a council.
Thank you very much. I think that was everything that I wanted to mention right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you. Thank you, Uriel, for this presentation. And I'm so excited for you to get started on the work. So I appreciate you being here and getting started on this. A couple of comments. I guess what the first one would be, I sort of agree with Councilman Larmer in maybe having a phased approach. I understand this work should not stop and it won't stop because it's so important. We need to focus on race and equity, and we're already doing some sort of work, but we need to, I feel like we are, as you said, there's some sort of rush and we're sort of we want this done yesterday in a way. But so I appreciate, all the work you're going to put into this. And I understand all the issues we're going to have with, getting stakeholders involved, especially with COVID, not in having individuals in one space. So that's going to be interesting for you to work on, but I'm sure you'll find a way to get the feedback from our community. But I'm just excited to see the work, and I'm excited to see where we'll end up, and happy to help in any way I can. I for sure would like to see more work done. I guess if you go back to the objectives or some of the work that you're working on, I'd like to see some Kent Police things included. I know the chief is working on some things, but I'd like to see some of that included in your work as well. And I know it's going to take time, so we could probably have that conversation offline. Thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Councilmember Michelle.
Thank you, Council President. Going off what Councilmember Kaur just said, I was, well, thank you for the presentation, first of all. But I was wondering there were some things on that list that you didn't cover, so I'm wondering why that is.
On the list of projects, you mean?
Yeah. Yes.
The matrix, the project matrix that was created. So some of those items are already in progress. So the Equity and Inclusion Speaker Series, the Care Employee Resource Group, the trainings. Other items were specifically assigned to my tasks. So is this what you're speaking about?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. So these are the highlighted in yellow are the projects that I feel could be worked out concurrently while creating the strategic plan. So we would be addressing these projects at the same time as we're creating the policy that would be adopted by City Council. So the reason why I didn't go over every single one of these projects is the time limitations. I was told 15 minutes. So, but we can look into every single one of these projects. I know that the police department has been working on some of these projects. So some of the work is being led by the police department. So I included some of the work that I feel like would be within my purview. But I'm also adding consulting to the police department when it comes to these other projects when necessary. So yes, all these projects will be addressed. And these will not be the only projects that will be addressed. I think with community input, we'll see more action items that they want to see. So this is not an exhaustive list of action items that we will be working on as the work continues, even after this plan has been implemented. So the work will continue.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Before I move on to Councilmember Boyce, Derek Matheson, did you have a comment about this piece?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Uri actually said it pretty well, but just to add a little bit of context here, the equity matrix was a list of projects we developed this summer and shared with the council in September or October. So the purpose of including it in the presentation wasn't to say this was a finite list, but rather just to show council that we haven't forgotten those commitments we made to you, and they will move forward this year and be rolled into the plan along with other projects that we've developed and will develop during the planning process.
Thank you, Derek. I think that's really helpful clarification. Councilmember Boyce, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And this could be me. I kind of missed the mark here, right? You know, I just think I was looking for something a little bit more, right? Because when I look at some of the projects here, right, I'm not sure as time-wise. I mean, for example, take the hiring process review, right? In my opinion, you don't need a large committee or a large study to look at your hiring process. I mean, I think that's something that could be done rather quick. You don't need a public input. Then also, if I look at the procurement, I don't know, I see so many things that could be done rather quickly and not necessarily quick to get it done, but those two just kind of sticks out to me that I'm not sure for, take the hiring process review. I don't know why that will be part of the year, a whole year study to get that done. For the procurement, I don't know why that would take so long to get that done. I don't think you need a study to get that done. So maybe I'm missing something, but maybe help me here, please.
Maybe I didn't explain it correctly. So this, by extending the timeline, it doesn't mean that each one of these projects will be extended. So these projects can be addressed within the different phases. So like you said, maybe the hiring process review might be a pretty simple review, and we can do it within one of the phases that I identified, the 5 phases, or two of these projects fall under one of the phases. So the fact that we're extending the timeline for the overall strategic plan and policy does not mean that these projects will be necessarily extended.
So I think what I would do, maybe I think we're going in the right direction, and I get where we're going. Maybe I just have another meeting and just kind of help me through this here. I'll just leave it like that for now.
So Uri, just to kind of see if I'm getting this as well, you are talking about needing more than 6 months to come up with that equity and strategic plan and policy, that portion of it. But in between that, these projects are going to happen that is going to help you to get to that, what that policy will look like.
That's right. Yes. So it'll be helpful when we gather all the information. Extending the timeline will help with the gathering information phase. So working with community, gathering any data that we have and disaggregating that data. So that will take some time. I don't know if we have that data available. If we don't, then that means I have to go look for that data externally. So that is what I mean by extending the timeline. It'll extend our opportunity to do more extensive research when it comes to specific data points that will be necessary when we're doing the measurable outcomes. But we will be addressing these projects at the same time, so in parallel. And the projects will help inform what the plan will look like.
Madam President, I understand the question you were throwing out there. I just think, for example, not that I'm a subject matter expert. We talk about the hiring process review. I strongly feel that that's something could be done in a very, very short time period. For us, what we want our culture to look like, how we're going to hire. Those things, you don't need a study group. You don't need to do information from the community. And I'm just picking that particular one. So I guess that's what I'm referring to.
And I think I get what you're saying. That is something that can be done probably relatively quickly, but that information and how that is put together will help develop that policy portion that we will see at the end of a year.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Larmer.
So just, kind of expanding on what Councilmember Boyce was saying, I think I understand what you're saying now a little bit better. And I would agree with Councilmember Boyce. I think hiring process, procurement process, even the de-escalation duty to intervene, even the police policies, there's really good examples and frameworks out there. So those, to me, again, what Councilmember Boyce is saying, I don't think we need a whole lot of community input on those. I would be okay with extending the strategic plan deliverable, if that's the deliverable outcome. If we don't get the strategic plan for a year, as long as this work on the policies and processes is happening within the first 6 months, I'm okay not giving that deliverable for a year. So I just wanted to clarify that in terms of, what the actual year-end deliverable would look like.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Michaud.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Larmer and Councilmember Boyce. And then, Uri, are you the only person working on this, or do you have other people helping you?
So right now, I'm the only person working on this. So part of the plan was to hire a consultant to help with this process. So that is currently underway.
Thank you. Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Stretching it out a year or even 6 months, I didn't expect the list to necessarily take everything on the list to take 6 months to be completed or a year to be completed. He might be back in 3 months and report to us where he is at that time. What I was looking for is be able to dive deeper into some of the areas. And that is, like you said, not an all-inclusive list. But I still have a question. So you're saying even as the city's interim manager, because something is underway that, and I understand, that you don't have a large team working on this, but I would expect you to have leeway to look into any and everything that has to do with equity within the city, whether it's the police department, the parks department, or wherever. Is that not the case?
No, that is the case, and I'm
Okay.
currently getting questions, and as far as when it comes to equity and questions of equity from different departments. So different departments are asking for my input currently for different projects, not highlighted here in this list of projects. So yes, I'm looking. I'm working for every department, not just for the mayor's office or for this specific plan. Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Larmer, did you have anything else you wanted to add? All right. Anybody else have any questions or any comments, anything else that they want to share? So did we give you some helpful information moving forward?
You did, yes. Thank you all very much. I think it's a lot clearer as to what the expectations are, and we can definitely modify this plan to adjust to the comments made.
Great, thank you. And I just want to say I was glad to see some of the things that we've talked about the last 6 months have shown up on in your presentation as far as things that were concerns for us. So it's good to see some of those on the project list. I really appreciate you taking those suggestions and implementing them. So we will look forward to hearing back from you.
Thank you. I look forward to coming back and sharing more information.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to move on to our last presentation this evening. And before we go into this piece, I just want to make a couple comments. I know a lot of us council members have received some external emails lately with some questions and some concerns. So when we go into this next conversation, I just want you all to keep an open mind. Remember that there are two sides to every story, and this will give us an opportunity to have a good discussion about some of our questions and our concerns. And I would like to welcome Chief Padilla. He is going to answer our questions and he's going to share his perspective. So Chief Padilla, you are going to talk about our police race and equity update. So welcome.
That is correct. Thank you, Madam President. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good. Before I get into tonight's discussion, which I am very thankful that I have an opportunity to engage in, I want to go back to some of the conversation regarding Uriel's role and the citywide plan. Let me make this crystal clear. I am going to monopolize Uriel's time as much as my peer directors will allow me. He is very talented. He is well-versed. He makes a great pairing with Commander Bobby Hollis, who's our race and equity commander, who is also a GARE student. And together, we are going to get every ounce of support and direction from him. We're looking forward to that. So have no fear. Uriel's going to be very closely aligned with what the police department is doing, and I look forward to it. So with that, again, I welcome the opportunity to have this discussion tonight. I do want to start by expressing a sincere desire to have these discussions, these difficult discussions on these complex issues, while at the same time keeping in mind something, I think you said it well, Council President, we all want the same thing. We all are here to serve our communities and provide the best that we can for them. And so I want to start with that. I want to start from that place first. One of the unfortunate outcomes of anonymous emails and social media blasts that you have received, and many others have, is that they provide very few specific details, which are really good for shock value, but they immediately work to divide people. So there's always more information, as was stated earlier, and where I can clarify the information, I will. Where I confirm that we didn't do things as well as we would have liked to, I will confirm that, I will own it, and I will say what we did to fix it. And when there's information I don't have, we will get back to you in writing in detail. If for some reason, because this is such a vast conversation, we're not able to complete this work tonight, I am ready at your discretion to come back and continue the conversation in the format that you choose it. Again, very much appreciative of this opportunity. So with that said, I do want to make a note. The material we are talking about most of it is from months ago. It covers hundreds of documents and incidents, and my memory is just not that great. So you will see me from time to time looking at my notes. I think it's critically important that I make sure that I'm acting completely and to the best of the information, as accurately to the information I have. So forgive me when you see that, I mean no disrespect. And lastly, I can't reiterate enough, I hope that we can come together tonight and continue the process of focusing our efforts on a united path forward. There has been a lot of around us where we see cities divided, we see a lot of conflict. That has not been the case for us in working with the community in our groups. It's been very refreshing to see that a lot of people want to work with us. And so those are the relationships we have been fostering. And I think that and hope that will be reflected tonight. Madam President, rather than present and be a talking head to everybody, I am prepared to speak to any of the issues. We want to talk about the video, the anonymous email, some of the questions already posed by Council Members Larimer and Michaud, or any of the other council members. I'm here to answer. So I'll turn it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chief. As you heard, the Chief is here to answer our questions and provide us with information. So I can just kind of facilitate right now if you want to raise your hand and get started with anything that you have on your mind. Councilmember Boyce.
Thank you. And this is just my input. For me, I'd be more concerned about the email that came from Councilmember Larimer and Michaud. I saw the video, and being an African American, I share that video with a lot of my African American friends, and we didn't see some of the things that's been going on. Our interpretation from that video that I share with at least 10 of my African American friends, we didn't really see in a big issue except for the tone and the language, right? So, and we could talk about that later, but I personally would be more concerned about maybe the Councilman Michaud email with the question and Larimer going through that. And then if we have time, I can share some of my comments on the video from talking to several of my African American friends that I sat down and we went through it together. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Michaud, you have your hand raised.
Thanks, Council President. Chief, I was hoping that you could walk us through the video.
Sure. So we have prepared tonight. I did take the time. I've watched the video several times, and we've prepared a narrated version so that we could go through where I've already kind of spoken to the key issues. We can take and stop the video at any time and talk through it. I think it'll be, for a lot of our people, our community members watching today, they haven't seen it. And so we're going to talk about it. I'd like to walk through it if we can.
Really quickly, could you speak up just a little bit more? We've just had a couple of people who've said that they just want to hear you a little bit louder.
Okay, I will speak louder. Hope that
Perfect.
works. I'm having mic issues I've learned earlier from prior meetings today. So we'll go through that presentation if it's okay. I'll have Kim queue it up here in just a moment. Before we do that, I think it's important to note that the fact that we have a video to look at is something to take note of. It is a true measure of the fact that unlike the vast majority of agencies in our state, we have body-worn cameras. And like we promised and now we are delivering, it will give us a better view of any issues that come up and the opportunity to address them quickly. What's not in the video is that back when this happened months ago, we learned about it at the time and we addressed it at the time. Now, the officers did not violate policy or law. I want to make that crystal clear. They did a lot of things right, but there were some things they did not do well, and we will discuss that, okay? But the system worked. We reviewed it internally. It went up the chain of command. We looked at it. We dealt with it. We've initiated training for every officer in the city. We've done policy updates that are almost completed. And so I do want to point out that this wasn't we're responding because we got an anonymous email. Okay. With that,
Before we get started, though, I just want to double check with all of my colleagues. I know, Sandra, you wanted to be walked through the video. Has everyone else seen the video? Do we need to actually watch it at this point, or can we just ask questions and have the chief respond to that?
I'm good with asking questions. Because I was under the impression that that's what was going to happen, that we watched it already, and now he's going to walk us through it step by step.
I've seen it over 10 times, so I don't want to go through the whole thing again.
Perfect.
I'm sorry, but I have not seen the video, nor I don't know what the email is about. I received no communication about that.
Okay. Councilmember Carr?
I think for transparency and our community watching, I think they need to know what we are talking about. So I'll let you decide, Council President, but I think they should be able to view what we are talking about instead of just us talking and not knowing what this conversation's about.
And I guess if Councilmember Thomas haven't seen it, then I will agree with Councilmember Core, right? We probably just watch it. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief, you have your answer there.
alrighty. Kim, can you do the honors, please?
Is that okay that I play the video from beginning to end without stopping it?
Okay, it is okay, and hopefully we can stop it, but if we can't, I just want to let the council know it's over 25 minutes long, but it's important, and I'm willing to put in the time for sure. Absolutely. So Kim, I'll try. How about will you see me if I do a thumbs up to stop the video?
I don't think that I'm going to be able to see the meeting controls while the video is running.
Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead and play it, and let's all take notes, and I'll address all those questions.
Hello, Kent community. It's Chief Rafael Padilla here, and I wanted to take a moment to provide you with some information on an incident that happened April of last year, involving some of our officers, an arrest they made, some use of force, and some lessons learned. We're going to show you a video, and I want to warn you that it's very disturbing, and so have that in mind when you watch it. And I want to take the time to explain and be accountable and transparent as to what happened. And then at the end of the video, I want to come back and talk about what we did to address the issues. So the video you're about to see is of an incident that happened back on April 10th of 2020. The initial dispatch to the officers was that there were a male and female involved in a physical altercation, most likely a domestic abuse situation, in the parking lot of the Kmart. This was reported by a witness who was across the street and called 911 to get us to respond. And we'll go ahead and start the video so we can see. So this is video of the responding officer who's in the area. He's getting updated information that the male involved in the assault is across the street, possibly leaving the area in a vehicle. And so he's going to go make contact there.
So, man, Kent Police. Just here to be on a video recorded.
All right, let's walk over there with the girl.
Well, let's talk right here for a second, because we can go over there and talk to her.
With the girl, man, I don't trust you. We're in the dark right now.
Hey, no, stop right there. Stop right there.
Okay.
Stop right there. Stop.
I don't trust you, man. Okay,
I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you to stop.
Can you talk to her first? Because
I'm telling you to stop.
I want to plead my Fifth Amendment. I don't want to talk.
But you run away, so therefore that's why I'm coming over here and contacting you. And you railed over here in a car, blacked out lights,
I parked it
in the dark.
Yeah.
So you see the initial interaction. I think it's clear that the officer starts off somewhat cordial, although what's not seen in the video is that this male has driven his car around the backside to a dark spot of the Kmart store with his headlights off. And from the officer's perspective, he's trying to hide the car for some reason or having to move away. The officer doesn't know. Now, the officer starts using foul language, and that is completely unacceptable. It doesn't de-escalate things at all. That's not something that we want, and we own that. And the officer has been spoken to about that since then. And we'll talk more about that at the end. But as you can see, the male is upset. The officer is just trying to get him to stop. Something also not noted and maybe not known well in the public is that if the officer is investigating a crime and this male is involved in the crime, then that person has a duty owed by law to stand and obey lawful orders. The officer is giving him lawful orders to stop, and when he doesn't stop, he's technically violating the law. He also presents a danger to the officer because someone who's unwilling to stay is either looking to run or to fight. The officer's not sure, which starts to escalate things for both sides. Again, language unacceptable.
Because that's her car and I'm finna go give it to her.
Okay, no.
I'm about to go give her this key.
No,
Man,
I'm telling you to stop.
I don't want to talk.
I'm telling you to stop. I'm telling you to stop.
I know,
That's what I'm
but...
telling you to do.
Okay.
Okay? No, keep your hands out where I can see them. So, all right, man. We're going to put you in handcuffs right now, okay?
All right, man.
Because, just relax.
No, bro.
Relax.
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 No, I can't relax.
Relax.
This is bothering
Relax.
me. I need for...
Relax.
I don't have... Listen.
Stop resisting.
Listen. Stop resisting. Ah, my shoulder's broke. 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 My shoulder.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting.
Stop.
I can't even breathe right now, dude. How am I resisting? Let's put my hand behind my back. You just broke my shoulder. It's broke. It's broke, man. Come on, no. Can y'all stop, please, bro? I'm asking you, please, to stop this. I'm literally asking you, please, to stop this.
Yep, and we told you to stop
I'm asking you to please. You didn't say please either.
Don't need to.
I know you don't because you don't look at me like a human being like you are.
Okay, so now the officers have taken the male to the ground. And leading up to that, some of the things to consider, the officer makes a decision that he's going to place the male in handcuffs, and that is based on what we call risk factors. So he's alone, he's less than cooperative, he's anxious, not necessarily following commands. We're not sure if he's going to run or stay. We're not sure if he's armed. So the officer, because he has reasonable suspicion that the male was involved in a crime, has the authority to detain him for his safety in handcuffs. And so that's what he was attempting to do. If you notice, right before they go to the ground, the male bends his knees and starts headed that way, and they follow him down. Really important point at this time is if you look at the placement of where the officers are, there was lots made about the knee on neck, knee on deck procedure, which we banned 6 years ago. This is not that. This is called a shoulder pin. If you look at the knee of the officer, it is on the male's shoulder, not on his neck. An indicator that he can breathe is the fact that he can talk. And the other officer, which you can't see very well, you'll see her come in and out of the frame, is leaning up against his back using her body weight because she's smaller, and that's one way that she can help to control and keep him on the ground. The language, the little back and forth, again, completely unacceptable. At this point, it's important to realize that both men, both the male and the officer, are very adrenalized. They're both in either fight or flight, and so sometimes less than professional wording comes out and communication breaks down. We do our best to train through this, but it is a tense time, and humans are humans. Again, the officer was addressed for this months ago.
Why is it that I'm not human like you are? Huh? Why are you more special than me? Why is it that I care about you more than you care about me? Huh, sir? Can you get off my shoulder, man? This is just... I can't breathe. Can you please get off me, dog?
Directly south of like...
Stop! You're choking me, man. You're choking me. You're choking me. I'm tired.
Stop resisting! Stop it! Stop!
Oh, you're choking me.
Then stop.
You're choking me.
back.
Can you get off me?
Here, I got one cup
Can
here.
you release some pressure?
I got him here. Swallow the back clear.
Can you release some pressure?
Okay, so at this point, the male has been on the ground for little over 2 minutes by our time clock, and the officers are heard saying they make a conscious decision to hold their position and keep him on the ground till backup can arrive, and then you hear the responding officers and sirens, and then you eventually see an officer get there. It's important to note that he is continuing to say that he's choking, which I don't disagree that maybe his breathing was impacted to a degree, but he's clearly still breathing because he's able to talk, and it is very disturbing to listen to, and it's hard to watch. But again, the position of the officers is such that neither of them are on his neck or near his neck, and this position is far safer and less injurious than the old knee on neck, knee on deck, and we don't do that anymore. So the other part I want to point out is you're going to see the officers come in here, and they start to move and de-escalate this thing, primarily by getting the two involved and adrenalized officers move to the side. They take control. Again, the technique doesn't look great because it's just unpleasant to be held down. But if you look, no one is striking, no one is using weapons, there's no tasers, there's no punches, there's no kicks. I think if you look at this objectively, you see they are using minimal force in this regard, and they're starting the process and get them up. I do want to note, and this is important, a huge mistake on our part, my opinion, and we have since changed the protocols, is I don't like that the male was on the ground for such an extended period of time. I don't know that it was necessary, and we were very clear in addressing our training and our procedures for this, and we'll talk more about that at the end of the video.
My shoulder.
Somebody to go over and talk to the female.
Yeah, we got that. How about this? Rigo, you want to switch with A-Rod? Yeah. Corey, can I have you switch with Pat? Jim? We're just going to put him into a car. I'll have you guys just switch.
Thank you.
I didn't want to lose consciousness, man.
No, he's blowing my phone. I was like, you're way my way. Go my way.
No, I was watching the
knees up to your chest, man. We're going to sit you up over your butt. Okay. Ready, 1, 2, 3, ready.
He broke my shoulder.
Huh?
He broke my shoulder.
Which shoulder? Yeah, if your shoulder is...
Hey, man, what's up?
I broke my shoulder a while ago, so it easily comes out.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Twisted my bad ankle.
What's that?
Twisted my bad ankle.
Other than that, you good?
Yeah. I'm getting old. You are getting old.
Hey, can I give you a call back? The guys that just might do something. Okay. Good? Yep. Okay, any injuries at all? No. How you doing, Pat? Just your ankle?
Yeah, my bad one.
Okay. Which one is it?
My right ankle. Okay.
You good?
Okay, so at this point in the video, backup officers have responded. They've taken control. The de-escalation is in effect. It's way down. They're talking calmly. They're moving him carefully. They're checking him for injuries. You hear the male reference that his arm had been broken prior, and I do want to confirm it was not broken, to our knowledge, injured in this incident. But you'll see coming up here that we do call for fire personnel to check him out for medical aid. The officer taking a picture on the ground is taking a picture of a spot of blood that's on the ground from the man's chin. He did sustain an abrasion to his chin as a result of being taken down. Outside of that, we're unaware of any other injuries that occurred. divide up the work here, and the sergeant is talking to people that are on the scene. He's not trying to be disrespectful. There are officers who are at the scene with the other part of this, the female and the witness, so they're gathering information simultaneously, and they're working the problem.
Okay, just fill out a form. Some ibuprofen, I'll be right as rain.
Yeah, okay. Cool. What happened?
So I was coming southbound. The clerk was frantically pointing this way, and so I already knew he'd come across the street, so I came over. I didn't see anybody, but I saw that car going eastbound through the parking lot with its lights off, and then come tuck back in here. Suspected it was related, came back, he was getting out of the car. He matched the description and told him to stop, and he goes, I don't trust you, I ain't stopping, and he just kept walking this way, and she showed up and kept trying to get him to chill out, and he just wasn't having it, so he backed up against the fence. So we came up and said, hey man, we're just gonna put you in handcuffs. He stiffened up. No, you're not. We said, hey, relax. Told him relax numerous times. I don't trust you guys. And he kept stiffening up, and then he started leaning forward, so then told him to stop resisting. We slammed him on the ground, and that's where we're at.
You put a BNR on him? Is
No,
that what
I just held him down and just waited for more people.
You guys aren't injured at all? Okay, cool.
No.
All right, sounds good.
So on that blood's from him, so photograph that already.
Yep, sounds good. Let's just grab a picture of him. He's splayed from wherever the hell he's been. Fires in or out?
Yeah.
Okay. Laceration to his face?
No. Left shoulder pain.
Oh.
Yeah, left shoulder pain, yeah.
Okay.
Then,
What did Roush need?
I don't know. I hung up with him.
I didn't see him.
I'll call him back. He was explaining it to me.
He was calling me. Is that this is going on, and I just was not paying
it's dog
attention.
pee.
No, I was washing my car at the pumps.
I don't know. You're from the animal control, dude.
All right. Let me get a picture of his face. Whose car is he in? He's in mine. The fire's on the leg on the way. Well, the blood on the ground too, so. Okay. Figured I'm going to take pictures of him. Yeah. Is he on this side?
Hey, Pat, did you already get the plate on that?
I didn't get the plate on the car because he got out and started walking this way pretty quick. So. It's open. He's got a bag full of his other stuff. What are we doing with him, Pat?
What's the call?
Physical DV in the parking lot where him and the gal were shoving each other.
That's
so
Safeway.
It's Safeway, yeah. So is that Garth over there?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So and then he fled this way. He got in this car, lights out, came back here real quick. So he said it's hers.
No, whose car is?
Oh, he's right here.
Oh, okay.
That's the key to it. Watch this. Yeah. That's good. All right. Okay, cool. Let me get a picture of his face real quick. Hey man, you got injuries in your mouth?
Maybe my chin.
Yep.
I feel something on my chin.
Okay, go ahead and look at me real quick. Can you look at me? Sorry.
What's she saying? She's saying no. Okay. No fighter. Let's contact the original RP. See what the original RP says.
Be a Kyla Wilson. Want me to run over there?
Yeah. Well, I'll have one of you guys to talk to the original RP and figure out what she saw. If they have video or something, we'll go ahead and
just ask her for somebody with him.
Huh?
Yeah, I already talked to him.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Who's gonna go do that?
I can run over to Garth, or do you want me to stick with him since I already did the original contact?
A-Rod,
with
go
him?
over there. You stay here because you have the original contact.
Right here.
So, yeah, bring her over here.
All right, man. Just to remind you, you're being audio and video recorded. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you when being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, we'll need a point of representative for a question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise your rights to not answer the questions and make these statements. Do you understand each of your rights I've explained to you?
I don't understand why I'm being arrested.
Thank you.
well, we can talk about that, but do you understand the rights I explained to you? You don't? You want me to read them to you again?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, you're being audio and video recorded. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fifth Amendment, right? Fifth Amendment?
Sure. Whatever. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have the right at the time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you or you're being questioned. Do you understand that?
No story short. So I can have a lawyer come out of here now?
If you want. But we're going through all these. So do you understand that you have the right to an attorney?
Yeah, I don't know how that works though, because I've never tried to have an attorney present like
Public defender. So I'm not saying you're under arrest right now.
Oh, that other guy did.
So you have the right to remain silent. You understand that?
Yeah.
Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that? Yeah. You have the right at the time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you or you're being questioned. Do you understand that? Yeah. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand that?
You have the right to what?
Okay. You can decide at any time. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you understand each of the rights I've explained to you?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you want to talk to me? About what happened at Safeway. That's what I'm curious about, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm contacting you.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk to me?
I can talk to you.
So, and you seemed to have concerns about the attorney part. Were you asking for an attorney, or you were just trying to figure that part out?
I was trying to figure out if an attorney could be here while you were questioning me.
Okay, so you want one? Is that what you're saying?
How does it work? Do I have to go to jail to get one, or does one come on site right here, right now?
Well, right here, right now, you'd be calling your own attorney. But once you're booked into jail, then it would be a public defender.
Yeah, I should call someone.
Okay. All right, so I won't question.
So as you're seeing, there's just procedural work being done. They're still trying to contact the witness. We have officers trying to see if there's video from the Safeway they may assist. And at this point, the officers are learning that the female involved does not want to provide any information as to what happened. So there was reports from a third party that an assault occurred. The female half of this does confirm that there was pushing between the two and that the male did grab her. But as far as the domestic assault, they're learning that they may not be able to prosecute for that crime or determine who was what we call the primary aggressor, who really was the suspect in the assault, her or him. So they're working through that. You can also see that the officer is taking time to make sure that the male is aware of his rights and taking the time to re-explain them, reread them, answer his questions. At this point, the officer's regained his composure, is de-escalated, and is speaking, I would say, in a professional tone, but not anything excited or animated. The male appears to be okay. You can see the cut on his chin, which has been documented, and they're still waiting for fire to respond so they can evaluate him a little further.
I won't question you about what happened.
But I don't feel guilty of anything. It's just that.
Okay. And that's your right. You don't have to feel guilty about anything. So I'm not going to question you about what happened. I'm just going to get your ID. What's your last name, bud?
Langford.
What is it?
Langford. But you can just question me if you like. Right.
Well, you already said you wanted an attorney, so I'm not going to talk to you about it. So Langford is your last name?
Yeah.
What's your first name?
Edric.
Spell it?
I have, my name doesn't help me when I give it to police. It doesn't help me.
Okay.
They had to take him to the ground. So it says he's had a previous shoulder injury.
All right.
So just trying to calm him down. He's like, no, and so he kept walking. Then he leans up against the fence, and he's like, no, I don't trust you guys. Okay, we're just gonna put you in handcuffs, just due to the way he's acting. You're not free to leave, and then fire his arm.
So
it's weird time tonight. It's very weird. I was looking at all the calls, and I'm like, this is.
I think I'm gonna go home at 1.
God, What the city boys?
So he's exercising his right to an attorney and he's refusing to provide me his name.
We have no information on him right now.
Last of Langford. That's the only thing I could get before he climbed up.
Langford.
Yeah.
So he lawyered up.
It's gonna be a long time in jail. Get TC over there.
Yeah, we'll get my battery. All right, thanks, man.
It's a long time to sit in jail as John Doe.
2 King 5-7. Can I speak to 5-1 or 5-4?
Yeah, this has been a really weird night.
So another point that is not satisfactory and has been addressed. The officers are waiting for information. They are exchanging information about what happened, and they're powering down. And to be quite frank, they're loosening up, and they've fallen into some of that cop humor that's morbid humor and not appropriate at all for this. The comments about being in jail longer, that's referring to someone that refuses to give their name. It takes them a little longer to process them, and if it's a weekend, they may see more hours spent in jail for not identifying themselves just because of the process. Not something to be funny about, and again, completely unacceptable. But they're working through, and hopefully Fire's already taken a look at him at this point and determined that he's not injured, that he may have dislocated his shoulder, they're not sure, but he's fine now. He needs maybe some Advil or aspirin, and that he's cleared to be booked in the jail medically.
Hey, can you guys see if you can get all of our dudes' info from the girl from there? The lawyer had
I'll go to jail.
We'll take a set of vitals and stuff. We'll see what they want.
bare minimum instruction.
Huh?
Bare minimum instruction.
Oh, yeah. And you saw him driving through here on the lot? Or do you see him pulling off the road?
Just in the lot. I guess the car was over here. He walked on foot from Safeway across Washington.
What do you guys want to do with him? More likely, I mean, he said it's dislocated in the past. He's had problems with it in the past. It's not dislocated now, so it'll probably pop back in. It's whatever you guys want.
So he's going to go to jail?
Yeah, for just a dislocating, pop back in. The nurse there can get him some for ibuprofen or something, right?
Okay.
Mine does that on a
possibly
monthly basis or so.
What was I saying? Oh, so he walked. I guess he had walked across.
So the car was over here.
The car was over here, and then I pulled into the parking lot. I didn't see anybody, but I saw this car blacked out coming this way.
Mm-hmm.
So, 1 and 1 equals 2. So, and it came back here pretty quick.
It's an old Gus thing. Edit 1 and 1 Gus.
1 and 1 equals 3. But it came back here really quick, and there was nobody in the lot, so I was
And
like,
then
well.
he got out, and it's him.
Yeah, he got out and started walking this way. He matched the description, black male, blue jeans. It said purple shirt, but I mean, it was light colored. So, but he had a beard, black male, so he matched. And I got out, said, hey man, want to talk about what happened over there? And he's like, no, we're gonna go over there. I don't trust you. And I was like, hey man, no, stop.
Oh, so he did say we're going to go over to the store?
Yeah, he wanted to go back over there, and I said, no, stop. We're gonna talk right here. I don't trust you. And then A-Rod showed up, and he still kept playing the I don't trust you game, and backed up against the fence. So.
Sucks for him.
2.3.
Let's figure out what they got. It'd be nice if we had DV.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in dark places with police before. Here we go.
So if we get,
It might be because he doesn't listen to direction.
yeah, resisting and obstruction and stuff, generally, it goes that way. So,
You could always try listening, man. Or you can just sit there and run your mouth.
yeah, I'm one of the most easygoing guys here. If you would have just taken a chill pill. So,
Oh, here we go.
okay. Oh, okay.
These cops are just walking up, putting guns in people's heads.
So, real
That's what we're
PTSD,
doing,
yes.
What?
So, if we can get video from safe, if we get, we don't even need her.
Well, it'd be nice if she just admitted, yeah, he hit me. Even without injuries. Her, and then we have an independent witness. That's good.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if we had video or something.
The Safeway does have decent video if it's like right there in front of the store, farther out in the parking lot.
Oh, do they have it right up there in front?
I don't know. And see, and that's the thing is I don't know what all they have, where it happened or anything. But generally, pretty close to the front, it's not too bad. What's that? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Is he calling you?
Hey, just give me a call and give you an update.
Is he thinking about a pursuit or?
You know what are you on?
No.
You're on?
I'm on.
It's not the first one.
I love his facial expressions. They're the best. I'm gonna go photograph that car real quick. Okay, thank you. Taking 57. You got the vehicle plate, right? Six, 7. Yeah, and I believe you said it was a rental car. What's the last four of the VIN? Copy, thank you.
Okay, what did our witness / RP say?
She saw her running across the street and grab onto her.
What did she call it? Okay, is she coming to get the key?
Yeah, I was going to give her a ride over there, but I'll talk to you a little bit more in person about what she's saying.
Okay, we'll be here with the key.
Can I drive, I'm assuming?
Huh?
Am I driving? What are we doing?
Yeah, we're going to transport, book him in for obstructing at this point.
Okay. And you guys are going to send...
You okay? You can put them in my car if you want.
No, leave him in there.
It's already done. Yeah.
Are you down?
No.
Oh.
Let me, I'll get you a site number.
The site number,
You just want to send one there, or am I a site number in there?
Okay. So, and then he gave last name of Langford.
That's fine. We'll figure out the name there.
Yeah.
Just am I the site number?
Cool. audio until a female arrives. Change plans. I'm just going to stop recording until a female arrives.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the video. I know there was a lot of downtime there at the end, but I thought it was important to play the whole video so that you could see that it wasn't edited and it was from beginning to end. So looking at the conclusion there, what ends up happening is the male gets transported and booked into the Kent jail. He is charged with obstructing justice and for having a revoked license in the second degree. Revoked or suspended, I should say, which is not what the incident started for, but what it ended for. In terms of the assault, again, the female was not willing to provide information. We did speak to a witness, and the witness did confirm that she observed pushing. She was not able to confirm which of the two was, again, the primary aggressor. We did pull video, which is why a lot of this took a while. They were able to look at the video from the Safeway security camera, and they did confirm physical pushing between the two can be seen on video, but again, not conclusive enough to determine who, if anyone, should go to jail for assault and domestic violence. And so when that is the situation, rather than arrest both people, we don't arrest either, and we look to maybe refer the charges to the prosecutor. So that explains the arrest part. The one other thing that's not, it's in the case report but not noted on the video, is that our witness is an acquaintance of the female that was involved in this incident. She knows her from prior. She also knows the male that was involved in this, and she is very concerned at the time when she called 911 because from her perspective that there had been ongoing domestic violence between the two, and she was concerned for the female's safety. And so that's a little perspective to the video that's not out there. And normally we don't share that, but for the circumstances of clarity and transparency, I felt that it was relevant to the discussion. So as difficult as it was to watch parts of that video because of the situation where we have someone who's in pain and someone who's having their breathing impacted, I think it was important for me as your chief to get out and own this right away. When we got word that this video was circulating, and although new to all of you, it was not new to us. Our systems for accountability and review worked as they should in this case. And what happened in this is once the incident occurred, the use of force was reviewed by a sergeant, then a commander, then an assistant chief, and ultimately the buck stopped with me. And once I became aware of this, we got to work right away. We called a meeting of our trainers. We started working on updated training and revision, particularly when it comes to getting people off the ground sooner so that we're not impacting their breathing. And we talked a lot about communication and de-escalation. And again, the language and some of the attitudes expressed in this are not what we want to see and not acceptable to me. So we're working on that. I want to say that this was a huge win in terms of transparency for all of you because we do have body-worn cameras, and we were able to get to the heart of what was going on here right away. With that said, we can do better, and we will do better. We've changed our training, and every single officer since that time, months ago, had training to address these issues. They reviewed the video, and there was much discussion about how do we talk to people? How do we relate to people? Do we give them the information they need so that they can comply? And can we do better in terms of our force and ensuring that people aren't having their breathing impacted? So we worked really hard on that. Our policies are almost final. It's been a long process, but we're there. And we're going to do all we can to ensure that we do better going forward. As your chief, we are on it. And I know there's lots of misinformation and lots of assumptions. And I just want to say, you can reach me anytime. Call me, email me. I'll be happy to address the situations of our officers. And that said, I don't want to walk away just talking about the negatives of our officers. I do want to illustrate that our officers were there to do an important job. They had a role to play. They had a duty to make sure that there wasn't violent action taken against the victim further. And although prosecution isn't a possibility in this case, they were there acting within the law and ultimately within the policy for what they did. Again, we can do better. We will do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your patience in that. It was a very long video, and parts of it weren't easy to watch. I understand. So, with that, Madam President, I'd open it up to questions.
All right, thank you, Chief. Anyone have any questions or comments after watching the video in this context? Councilmember Larmer.
Thank you. Chief, could you explain a little bit? I'm really confused about the sequence of events in the conversation when he's in the vehicle. There's a statement that I'm not saying you're under arrest. We can talk about that regarding the arrest. And yet his rights are read. What is the appropriate order for that? I mean, he's obviously confused about whether he's being arrested. I think viewers are confused whether he's being arrested. What's happening there when he's in the back seat engaging with a responding officer?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll start with procedurally, Miranda rights. So the warnings, you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Those are referred to as Miranda rights. Those come from case law, and that's the name of the case. So those are required by law in any case where a person is in custody and we intend to ask them questions that may be incriminating to them. So anything beyond like their identification. And so while he's in the back of the car, Miranda is triggered and it is the right thing to give. The discussion regarding whether or not he's under arrest is he's clearly being looked at to go to jail and he's likely arrested and will be booked, right? But you have to understand there are other officers that are interviewing the victim and they're interviewing the witness. And he's holding off on definitively saying he's under arrest for assault DV until he gets that information back. Now, apparently, you also heard in the video that another officer told him he was under arrest. I don't have information on that. So I can see how it's very confusing. But if you can imagine, if the officers at the Safeway come back and say, hey, we're finding out that it was actually he was the victim and the female was the aggressor, they're going to arrest the female and they're going to release him at the scene. And
okay, so, but I'm sorry, but at that point he's already being charged with obstruction, correct?
No, they haven't decided that yet. So if you remember, if you watch the video a little further, he goes back and he says, he's kind of conferring with the sergeant, we have at least obstructing. Is that correct? And the sergeant says, oh yeah. So you remember that part of the video? You can see he's processing whether or not what he's going to charge for and all that information, which is, I know it sounds confusing. They're trying to make sure they get it right. They have to have the elements of the crime. The other part of this is the officer doesn't know yet that the male involved in this is a suspended license. And the reason for that is he doesn't give his identification. So the officers determine that later at the jail, which is why that charge is added. Because the officer saw him driving the vehicle. He doesn't have a license to drive. In fact, he's suspended or revoked in the second, which means he's already been through being suspended or revoked in the third degree. So he's already higher up on that level. So I get it's a little confusing and disjointed. Here's what is really the salient point of all of that. The officer acted as though he was under arrest, meaning he gave the Miranda rights. He ensured that the male understood his rights. And if you saw, went through step by step to make sure he understood and clarified on his rights. Then when the male said he wanted an attorney, we stopped right there. Now, that male could have changed his mind and said, hey, I want to talk to you. As a matter of course, we don't like to go back and re-ask questions after they've been invoked and want an attorney. And the reason being is it becomes an issue in court as to whether or not we can coerce someone to give a statement against their will. And rather than get into that, once someone says they want an attorney, we stop asking anything that can incriminate them. We just want to identify them at that point. So that's what you saw.
I have some other questions questions. I don't know, Council President, how are we all going to get? Do we need to go around robin, or can I ask another one?
Let's go ahead and move on, and we'll let each person kind of ask one or two questions, and then it's possible that your question may get asked and then answered. So I will move on now to Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. First, I just want to make a comment that when someone is in handcuffs and in the back of a police car, they likely, and are being read Miranda, they likely feel that they are being arrested. I mean, that's general persons, that's what they think of when being arrested.
I agree.
Okay. But my question is, if someone says, if a suspect is on the ground and they're being restrained and they say they can't breathe, what's the protocol?
So that's a great question. One of the things that we did since this, becoming aware of this incident, and in the course of a lot of the training we're doing with the death of Mr. Floyd, is we issued a cyber training to all the employees that talked about positional asphyxia and the need to check and ensure that there isn't a medical emergency going on. We also issued another training that talked about post-arrest care, in essence. So we did that. We also took this video, and I met with my training team within a week of this happening. And we went through the procedures and the training and what we're training and why we're training it. And my bigger concern isn't it's the way that they took him down and held him down. My bigger concern is that they left him there longer. I don't want there to be an opportunity for breathing to be impacted for an extended period of time. Now, again, he could breathe, and I know it sounds really bad, and it does, and I'm sure he was in pain, no doubt. When you're talking, you can breathe, and that's an indicator that the officers look for as well. And so we had the meeting with the training unit, worked on new training. We called a use of force summit with all the experts in our department and some of the the legal representatives. Went through that. Every employee went through, watched this video, and was discussed about better communications. There's no doubt it would have benefited, I think, the situation if we had explained a little more to the male why he was being detained and what the charge was up front. That didn't occur. That's something we're working on and would hope for next time. The horseplay going on, unprofessional. I don't like it. I don't know why it's occurring, and it's been addressed. But cops are human beings as well. So every officer's seen the video. Every officer's had a chance to get feedback and corrective for what we'd like to see better. And so that's my answer for you there.
Moving on to Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you. So, Chief, you answered one of my questions just now, but the other part of that, at one point he's asking when he doesn't understand about the rights and specifically about the attorney. He asks if there's an attorney who's going to come here. So it sounds to me as if he believes he has the option of having an attorney come there. And then it sounds like, well, if an attorney could come, but it's going to be on your dime. So,
right. So we connect services once we get to the jail, in essence, and if he needs a public appointed attorney, that it happens while we process them at the jail. For us to wake up a private attorney in the middle of the night, have them respond, if they answer their phone, respond to the scene and all that, it's not practical. So they are entitled to an attorney for a lot of reasons, but the main reason at that time of the incident is so that if we're going to ask questions, the attorney can represent him at the time. We stopped answering questions, so the need for an attorney at that moment is not necessary.
So then it is a possibility. I didn't know it was a possibility I didn't think an attorney came until you got to jail and made your one phone call. So yeah. It is possible to have an attorney come there then?
We generally don't wait for an attorney.
Car?
Yeah, generally we don't wait for someone to come. What we do and what has happened, you'll see a lot of times with like our DUIs, we'll call an attorney for them and we'll have them talk on the phone. We'll give them some privacy and the attorney gives them some initial guidance on how they want to proceed. Overwhelmingly, they advise their clients not to say anything and not to talk to us, which we fully understand and respect. But as far as having attorneys come out to the scenes in progress, we don't typically do that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Core.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for being here tonight. I'm sure it's extremely hard. And so I appreciate you trying to be, having this conversation and being transparent with us. My question is about, you said that this was addressed within a couple of weeks of the incident. So within the couple of weeks of the incident, did you also address with the officer on his disrespectful way of speaking to individuals? I mean, yes, we have to, show respect to every person, even if they are committing crime, because just as a human being, being respectful to them. I hope you addressed that within those 2 weeks and not when this video started circulating around social media.
Yes, so that is an ongoing thing that we work through and try to train through. And our officers, for the most part, do a very good job. I mean, we could take a look at a lot of video that shows it being done well. And so we did address it. It was a performance counseling issue that was, and I don't want to go into too many detail for the privacy issues related to labor, but it was addressed. And I want to say this officer in particular, when he says on the video, I'm one of the most easygoing, friendly officers, he's not. That's not hyperbole. It's actually true. In this circumstance, I think you saw some of the officers talking about what a crazy evening it was. It was a very busy evening with lots of high priority calls. And so part of what's going on is it's one of those nights where it's a lot going on. And the officers are human beings. And one of the things that's hard to explain is that when you are dealing with an arrest and there's a struggle and there's physical force, officers are human like anyone else. They go into fight or flight mode like any other human being. It's instinct. Those reactions cause physiological responses and stress. And some of those physiological responses cause people to speak in ways that they normally would not within their normal character. I assure you, this officer does not go around dropping F-bombs everywhere he goes and when he contacts the community. So it's one of those things where it's going to sound like an excuse, but we have to understand the dynamics of stress and how it impacts everyone, including the police officers. So with that, we correct it. If it becomes a pattern, we discipline. And I want to say that too. If this had gone the other way, when I was certain that, there was excessive force here, I would discipline and we would move and do the proper things through the proper procedures to do that. That's not the case here, but council member, your point is well taken. I've said it several times during the video that kind of conversation, that kind of language is not acceptable, and we work to stop it.
All right, Councilmember Boyce.
Since I have my hand up, I'll just make a statement similar to Councilmember Core, right? I just think, as I said, I kind of seen this here and I shared with my friend. I think the one thing, as I said earlier, is just the language and then the conversation around this whole thing, right? I mean, they're constantly on the camera, right? So, just it's the situation that you're in, right? If I'm being arrested and you see people kind of laughing and joking, I mean, it really just... it's not a good thing, and I'm glad you talked to your troops, and they just need to just be aware of that, And I think a lot of things probably could have been avoided, right? Like I teach my kids, what to do and what not to do, right? And I think you just need to be aware of those situations when you're dealing with police, as I tell my kids what to do and what not to do. I'm glad that your entire staff was able to see this here because not being a police officer, I think there's a lot of lesson learned that I was able to see. And I'm hoping if they have to go back and do it again, they will do things totally different. So that is my comment. You can respond. And then, Madam President, I'm going to have to leave for an appointment, but I'll be interested to hear the chief response, and I'm going to leave after that.
Oh, wait. In response to that, Councilmember Boyce, I agree. One of the painful parts for me as the chief to watch is them letting their hair down and just being people, and it looks bad. no excuses. We got to fix that. We talked about it. One of the stress mechanisms for officers is humor. And as soon as they feel like things are calmed down and they're kind of in the lull waiting for things to happen, they'll have conversations about their day, what they did the weekend, and it looks really bad. And so, yes, that was addressed. We will continue to address it.
Thank you. Council Member Fincher, you are up next. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Your hand was still up. I'm going to circle back.
No, I actually did, because we're going to do the round robin.
We're going to circle back. So I am going to circle back to Council Member Larmer.
Thank you. So, Chief, I'm concerned about the comment that because he's talking, he's able to breathe. Because I just looked back because I remember some of the commentary that came out of the Floyd incident is there was a lot of the medical community that said, no, that is not actually accurate. It takes very little air to be able to speak versus what you need to function further down in your respiratory system. So concerned that is the thinking. I don't know if that medical expertise has changed since summer, but maybe we can follow up on that.
Okay.
And then can you address part of when this was brought to our attention, there was a comment about weapons and that the final report listed a weapon that is not seen in the video. Can you address that?
I can, and I'll just be upfront with you, Council Member. I don't have any record of a weapon. I think.
Okay, it was not in the final report then.
No, but I also want to make sure we're clear. In the video, he may reference being concerned that there is a weapon, which is part of his thought process. And that's a good thought process under the circumstances, which is one of the reasons he wants to put him in handcuffs. So I get the confusion there, but no one was ever said there was a weapon. There's no documented weapon in the reports.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Council Member Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, you said that there are some policies that are almost final. What are you referring to?
Several policies, all of our use of force policies, and then the new additions of our duty to intervene and our de-escalation policies. I outlined, I believe back in August, that there was a 5-step process and that it takes longer than anybody of us would like. But we've got to do it right. It includes engaging our stakeholders, our experts, research, writing, review, sharing between the attorneys, both our attorney, the union attorney, getting buy-in from the community, which we tried. And so we are at the last phase. We have one more meeting. The law requires that significant changes in working conditions are subject of mandatory bargaining for our unions. We have been in negotiations. The good news is our union's on board. I would say they're probably 97% there. They have an interest to make sure that while we elevate what we do for our community and make the positive change, there aren't unintended consequences for them in terms of risking their safety. So they have an interest. They've been involved. We do it differently. I brought everybody together to work on this. We've had probably 9 meetings. And so we're very close. I intend to have these published and enforced here in the next couple of weeks. I'm saying that ambitiously because if there's a legal halt to this somewhere, that's beyond my control. But that's my intent, and we will train on it, and we will publish them and show everybody. They'll be on our website. I will be certain to send them to you as well. But we're very close. Please, continue to be patient is what I would ask.
Councilmember Corr.
Thank you, Chief, again. Just kind of, I'm sure you don't have the answer right now, but I would like to know over years how many officers have been disciplined for use of force or any racial issues over years. If you possibly can look into that, I'm sure you have. I hope have looked into that. I hope we've never had serious concerns, but I'd like to see the numbers on if you're able to provide that. And I I personally would like to see an oversight committee when incidents such, like this one happened, so we can have some input from, just having an oversight committee. I think it would help address some of the concerns that we have as elected officials or as our police department. That's just sort of my thought process. So, thank you.
Okay. So we will get that information to you. We'll provide it in writing so it's clear. I do want to say this. I can say that under my time there have been discipline has been issued. In fact, one of our employees was terminated by me. And one of the issues I had was the judgment in terms of the force that was selected to deal with a mental health subject. Another employee of ours was terminated. That's the second since I've been chief in this short time. And that had to deal with his attitude and disregard for the concern of someone who needed medical assistance. He was a newer employee, so it was easier for me to make this decision because there wasn't restrictions in terms of the contract. But I did terminate him, and it was based on basically what I felt like was a disregard for human life. And so that was done. I will say this, that prior to that, in the past 7 years before me being chief, that's 2 more terminations than any before. And I say that not to brag and not to share the dirty laundry of our department, but to say that when we become aware of incidents, we investigate them thoroughly, we follow a process. And when there's a determination that they do not need to be a police officer because they cannot uphold the community trust, I fire them. And so that has occurred, but we'll get you specific numbers.
My apologies, Councilmember Thomas. I can't see you on the screen, but I hear you've been trying to raise your hand. Do you have a question or comment?
I'm good.
You're muted.
Muted.
Can someone, one of the hosts, and
There we go.
Right.
Sorry about that. I guess I don't know how to do that right. It's changed on my computer. Okay, Chief, thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. I want to understand this, and I think I want to segue off of what Councilmember Boyce said. But up to the point of April 10th of last year, excuse me, procedurally, your officers did everything aside from the language and the horsing around at the end there. They procedurally had done everything properly up to that point.
That is correct.
I just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. All right, Councilmember Fincher, thank you for being patient.
Thank you. I have a question. So there were the emails also, and with time and with Councilmember Boyce not being here tonight, are we going to talk about those at another time, or do we need to set up individual meetings or small group meetings to do that?
I'll leave it to the discretion of the council to decide how we're going to proceed. Just tell me when and where you need me, and I'll be there.
Okay. And my question, I guess that was a question, but my question for you now is, did you see, in your experience, did you see opportunities for de-escalation prior to the other officers arriving, prior to taking them to the ground? Did you see opportunities for de-escalation?
Yes. And I want to be careful here. It's easy for me to Monday morning quarterback having full context and after the fact and no stress. So let's put that on the table, right? In looking at this, where I would have liked to see where we have an opportunity to do better is I would have liked to have seen the officer say, you are not free to leave. And the reason you're not free to leave is I'm investigating a report and I need to speak with you as part of that investigation. That's very easy for me to say here in my office as we have this meeting. Sometimes under stress, when you're alone in the dark with somebody, not always the easiest thing to say, okay?
Who may be armed.
Continue, Chief.
Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Thomas, if you have a question, I'll get to you next there. So then moving from there, the next, I'm being super critical here, is that, he gets him to a point where he's kind of hanging out and he backs up to the wall, to the fence. Now, because they deal with so many issues where people do resist and they do fight and they do run and it's very dangerous and people get hurt, officers included. That's not necessarily compliance, but if he had the opportunity to say, man, I need you to stay still. If you can't stay still, you're going to compel me to have to restrain you for our safety. And you can stand there, I just want to talk to you. So it really comes down to a little deeper conversation. So there's an escalation opportunity there as well. Again, being super critical, right? And not necessarily fair to the officer at the time. But we train this. This is the goal. This is what we try to get to. When we get to the ground, those circumstances, once the force is being used and the momentum is going to the ground, it ends up there. Most of our arrests end up a lot, and when there's a resistance going to the ground. And so once they're there, they get to the position where they have him controlled. And from what I can see, and the video doesn't show everything, it seems to me that they have him under control. So this isn't necessarily a de-escalation point, but my next critique would be get him under control. If you have him under control, secure him in handcuffs and get him off his belly. That is something that's become more and more important. Councilmember Larimer, mentioned that because you can talk doesn't mean you can necessarily breathe. I have read, and I think there was part of the training that we did. There is distinctions in that, and I will get back on that. But I say this, if an officer can safely do it, get him cuffed up, get him off the ground, and get him to a place where breathing isn't necessarily a question at all, right? The other part of de-escalation, and this is tough. I will say that the male was concerned and anxious and all that, but not necessarily articulating what was really going on. His arm wasn't broken. And so the officers are trying to have to process this as well. I think at the point where he says, you didn't even say please, I'm okay with manners. They're not required. I like to see them. Again, hugely critical and unfair, but that's what I would have liked to have seen. And then when they get up and they get him in the car from there, things do start to de-escalate more and things settle down. But those are some of the points. I've looked at this video probably a dozen times, and I'd like to see us elevate to where we can do that.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got a few more hands raised. I do want us to take some time to ask questions about the email piece, but I don't want to move away from this questions about the video if there are still questions pertaining to that. So if you have questions or comments to continue to make on that, I will call on you if your hands are raised at this point. So Councilmember Larmer.
My questions actually are not directly related to the video.
Okay, I will get back to you in a moment. Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make a comment. First of all, I want to thank the chief for being here and going through this. And I want to say that I do recognize that our officers are human beings, and this is probably incredibly embarrassing to have to sit through this and to know that your video of something you did at work is being watched by all the other officers. So at the same time, I hope that it was a great teaching moment and for the officers involved and for the other officers. And that's all I have to say about that.
Madam Chair, could someone forward that email that you guys are referring to?
Yes, Councilmember Thomas, we can follow up on that later.
All right.
So as long as I don't see any other hands raised in the discussion about the video, I just want to say thank you, Chief, for showing us that particular version of it with your commentary in between. I really do think that was very helpful. And I appreciate you taking the time to do that and share that with us. Moving on to the next question.
Before you go on, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the hands had been put down. I thought they were all still up. I had one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
I had read Councilmember Michaud's email, which I thought was rather well written. I think if somebody from the general public had seen it, that they might have had many of those same questions. So I didn't see anything wrong with her email. I thought it was well written. I thought that it had some good questions in there that many in the public would want to know, and that we also have to consider that sometimes we have more information about police, about how they may do things, or remember that not everyone knows what the rights are or what police can do. So that's important to remember also. And that also we're looking at policies now, because the reason they're reviewing those policies is to make sure everything is correct in those policies and as we want it, because it is a policy, doesn't mean that it should be a policy. So that's exactly why Chief is going through all of that he and his troops are doing now. So that alone, because it's a policy, we have to remember that we still have to look at our policies and make sure they are as they should be.
Thank you, Councilmember Fincher. So you bring up a good point. And when I'm talking about emails, there were several emails that were sent out by council members where you had questions about us having this discussion this evening. So I want you to think about those emails. And if you have any other questions that didn't get answered at this point that you would like to ask the chief and have those addressed. And I will start with Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. And thank you, Councilmember Fincher. I really appreciate your kind words there. Chief, are there any plans at the next contract negotiations, to do some overhaul on policy?
Can you be more specific, Councilmember? Can you give me an example?
Sure. So I just feel like when I look at other departments' policy manuals, they're more thorough. And so I know that, you really have to wait for contract negotiations to do those sort of things. And so I'm just wondering, like some of the emails I saw going back and forth were about expectations. It was like from I don't know who it was from, but it was from like a squad leader to his officers. And it was saying, these are my expectations. And I feel like many of the things that were included in there were things that should just be policy, because they're policy in other departments. So I'm just wondering if you're looking at examples from elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And once we cut through the initial priority policies, I'll call them, and use of force and things that are addressing the immediate concerns of our community, including just, elevating the language in the policies, because the terminology has changed as well, like de-escalation I've explained before. But there's a couple points I want to make. I will not wait for contract negotiations to implement and begin policy change. That is not, I think other departments do it that way as a procedure. We have a much better relationship with the union. And I know there's a lot to be discussed about, whether police unions are obstructionists and this and that. I will tell you that we benefit in the city from a union that gets it more than not. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to exercise the due process that they're entitled to. And it certainly doesn't mean that as chief, I can just unilaterally change things without going through the process. So with all respect to that, we do that. That said, there are things that will have to be changed. There are other, I'll just give you a preview. I'm looking at the other side of the issue, the preventative side of the issue in terms of police wellness. And are there policy changes that we ensure that our officers are well, that they have a balanced life, both physically and mentally, emotionally, spiritually. There's lots of that. There's procedural investigative things that, I want to get to. And all of that has to be done in the right way. The other dynamic is that laws change. So one of the things that I'm a little concerned about in our policy changes is there are numerous bills for police reform coming out. And I may find myself in a place where I've implemented new policies that are now null and void because law trumps policy. So, but we can't wait, right? We can't sit around. I think Councilmember Core said it a couple council meetings ago. We can't wait and be buried by the bureaucracy, and we're not. So to answer your question, our policies are out there. We think most of them are non-emergent type priority policies are okay for administrative purposes. But in terms of procedure and tactics, we are looking at all of those, and we won't wait till contracts. We'll do them ongoing. I don't want to sound like a whiner. I do not have the staff to do this. This is pulling people from other assignments, working on things. This is, giving extra duties to my command staff on top of running a police department. So it takes time.
Councilmember Larmer.
Thank you. So Chief, my question sort of piggybacks on that regarding policy review. And it's actually kind of twofold, a comment and a question. So I feel like just as a city council, as a council member, it's been 6 months since we were told you had a draft. And there's been 9 meetings that occurred that we didn't know that was happening. We used to have a public safety committee, which I think maybe some of the communication clarity has been lost through changes we've made to our processes and going to a different format. I think that there is a level of transparency that we need into these things. And as we move forward in reviewing all the policies, because I think, to your point, you expressed concern about, when you won't look at all of them really, and they need to be looked at. I know some of them I think we're still in the books for 95. So it needs a fuller review. Can we find a way to maybe schedule these out and put some dates on things? Because I think that's been part of the frustration too, is that there's and I know it takes time, but there's not, this just seems to be really squishy about dates and about actually getting stuff done. And now we're looking at, if it's another month, then we're looking at 7 months, and I just hate to see it be a year before anything is actually put into place. And I understand government moves slow, and there's a lot of reasons and factors for that, but that is still something really hard to explain to the public. That's why it would be a year from Floyd's death before potentially something could be actually changed.
Right. Well, this first, to clarify, Councilmember Larimer, and thank you for your question. I don't disagree with you at all. We all wish and would like to see the process be a lot shorter. My commitment to you is we're not going to have idle time. We will continue to work and get it done. Some context that I think is important to add to the discussion is that, and I didn't fully answer the last question now that I thought about it, from Councilmember Michaud. I was asked about, do we look outside of ourselves and what's the process for looking at best practices? And the answer is yes, we very much do. We are a state accredited agency. So the Washington Associations of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs are accredited in the state, and we are accredited to them, and they have hundreds of standards that we get inspected on and have to meet. I will be honest that the bulk of our policies over the years were written based on accreditation standards. And so what happens is these new standards come out each year, we look at them, we adopt them. In addition to that, laws change every year, which directly impact policy. And so those become a priority because we can't be outside the law. I say all this to say is that there are changes to the policies that occur that are not in my control. And so when we get diverted for 9 new policies that come out in 2021, those go to the top of the list because they have to. And the ones that are more administrative or language or not one at the top of what the community is asking for, wait. No excuses, but it's the reality of the process that we have. We're going to commit resources. We're going to push through. One of the things I'm really excited about is, and there was mention about an oversight committee, we're elevating the former diversity task force to become the Race and Equity Advisory Board. And I'm hoping as we solidify the charter, which is in final, it's in draft mode for them to ratify. I am hoping that we will have as a regular agenda item every month or every quarter, depending on the meeting schedule,
where we will go through updated policies, take input from the board, go back and work with all the stakeholders, including the union, to ratify new policy. That's the vision that I have. At the same time, the advisory board will make those determinations, and we're going to let them lead how that goes. So my commitment to you, council member, is we will move as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I have some additional questions, Council President, related to the email we received, but I feel like we should all discuss these together, and perhaps with Council Member Boyce not here, we should find some more time.
Let's go ahead, and I want to make sure we at least get some questions answered out there. If we feel like we need to move it to another time, I will rely on maybe Derek and the chief to help me with that piece. But let's go ahead and ask your questions now. Let's see where we go from there.
Okay. So, Chief, the email that brought to attention again the social media posts that were posted this summer by officers that were not appropriate and definitely don't display the culture that we want in the Kent Police Department. Can you talk about, I know that there was an email from the Kent Police Union telling officers to essentially, shut down their email accounts. And I actually thought it was a fairly well-written email about, what they put on social media reflects their profession and their department. However, we tell officers to see something, say something. But yet, when it comes to in the realm of a social media post that is promoting something unsavory, we basically tell them just to hide it. So I see a real disconnect there, and I'm very concerned about the culture this last year, and I'd like to know how you are addressing the culture, because ultimately you are the one responsible for the culture in the department.
Yeah, it's understandable. So on the culture issue, that started the day that I was appointed to chief. I have a document, I believe I shared with you, council member, but if I hadn't, I can send it. I have a document that's titled Command Intent. It's dated back into 2018. It started off as a message about culture and what I expect to see and the pillars that we live by in terms of our service. And right at the top is people first. It talks about, being of the people, by the people, for the people, and our authority in our commitment is to the people, and never to lose that, internal and external. It's a longer document, but I'd be happy to provide it again. But what I'm getting at is, I moved to make that change and started with leadership. I thought it would be a leadership talking point. It ended up becoming more than just a leadership talking point. My staff said this needs to go department-wide, and they were right. So we put it out, trained on it, talked to it. Additionally, it's now an onboarding tool. I meet with every new employee, and I specifically walk through our culture and how we want to address things and how we want to talk to people and how we want to treat them. We talk about our values. One of the biggest ones being respect and accountability. And so I personally invest in every single employee in this organization to try and make it as clear as I can about the culture that we expect and the culture we're going to demand. There have been disciplinary action because of violations of culture. I want you to know that. And so when it comes to our attention, we address it appropriately, and there is a due process. So we got to have our facts, and it has to be accurate. That said, we talked a lot about discipline. I want to restate, these are very few incidents. And one of the things that a lot of people don't know, to your point about, we ask officers to say something. All of our investigations, our major investigation, not major, I shouldn't say, that's the wrong word. Our investigations of serious allegations of misconduct came from officers, didn't come from my office or my command staff for the most part. It was peer officers who saw something that was not right, reported it, and we dealt with it appropriately. So it's hard to convey that
And it's really probably not appropriate for us to be broadcasting corrective performance issues in the workplace or that type of thing. But it happens. And so I know we're behind the power curve in relaying that information. So to the culture, I invest in it personally. I demand it personally. And that permeates everything we do from there. It's reinforced by our leadership team. It's addressed when it comes up. You know, one of the emails that you received social media, and thank you for making sure we were aware of it, was that of the unfortunate fatality collision involving the robbery suspect that fled from us. You know, I am looking into that, by the way. Initially, the video doesn't seem to capture that, but there's hours of video, so we're double checking. Initial view of it is the cameras are done because the investigation part of it is moved on. But in doing so, I have confirmed that, yeah, there was conversation. Yeah, there was probably laughter. None of it related to or associated with the incident itself. Again, going back to the officers of the law, they're waiting for King County to come out and conduct the independent investigation. And they're being human beings, and they're not watching or being guarded or mindful about how they're being perceived. That's already been addressed. We reached out to the person who posted and brought this important issue to our attention. Unfortunately, they did not want to talk to us. So we did try to reach out and say, hey, one, we're sorry, and two, can we provide some more information? So it does get done. And it's one of those things where, you know, trying to prove culture is in the outcome. And we tend to hyper focus on the negative things that happen. And that's okay. I mean, I'm here. I will always address these issues, always be accountable. But it's really hard to go back and say, you know, what about the 100 other videos that we show? The officers are doing a really outstanding job. And I take a criticism for being too supportive of the officers, and I'll just be straight with you. I'm okay with that. They take a lot of critique and criticism and just in general on every day. And that's okay. That's part of the job. But when it's time to stand up and say they do things right, I'm going to be there too. And I think that's important because if I want them to follow, because culture starts with me, if I want them to follow, they need to know that I'm going to recognize both the good and the bad. So I get it was a long-winded answer to your question, but I'll pause there and take any additional questions.
Councilmember Lambert, did you have any follow-up on that?
I'll let my colleagues have their turn now.
We'll circle back, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Fincher.
I'm going to just ask again, we're down 2 council members. Some of the comments and the answers that are going to be asked really need to be heard by everyone. One of the reasons we have the CAL meetings, the committee of the whole, is so that everything is heard by everyone. And I know my questions, I had a number of them. I was kind of hoping that we would do the same thing that we did with the video with one of those, with one of the emails in particular. So I'm going to hold my questions until later on, just because they can't all be. Well, I'll give you some examples. Some of my questions are about the training records, about what's visible on the dashboard and where the other data may be stored about training, why about body-worn camera footage, other body-worn camera that we didn't see tonight. It was stated that videos were offered to us or information was offered to us that the group wasn't contacted on. So I wanted to know more about that, about training, about bias and racism. So there's a number of questions that I have that, one, in the interest of time, we're not going to have time for, and two, I really would like my other 2 council members to be with us.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilmember Fincher. Just so you know, that Councilmember Boyce, he did have to step out. I think he is watching, but he did say he wanted us to continue this conversation this evening. So I will give everyone a chance to get some more questions asked because we do have hands raised. But if you would like to save your questions for another time, I get that as well. So Councilmember Rochelle.
I can meet outside of the meeting also.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, so Chief, I was concerned about one of the emails that was included in this email. Well, a couple of them, but one in particular was that the person in charge of training, I think that's this person's job, dismissed a large, well-researched de-escalation report for one metaphor that took up less than 1 page of that 134-page report. I am hoping that someone who is in charge of training Kent Police is not going to dismiss current literature on the best practices. What are you doing to address that?
So I can share with you, again, being careful of privacy rights in labor law. I can share with you that was addressed, and that matter, if it were to continue, would be dealt with additionally. I'm trying to remember all of your question there. In regards to being in charge of training, let me clarify. He is a supervisor in charge of training. He has a commander, he has an assistant chief, and he has a chief of police that are in charge of training. So he doesn't have unfeathered, controllable decision-making. There is no doubt there is huge influence there. There is no doubt that the messaging, the tone, the attitude are critically important. And so those discussions have been going on. I want to be fair in that, officers, like any other workplace, have varying opinions and viewpoints. Some of those stray into political conversations, and to the degree that we don't want those to happen in the workplace, because that's not our role. Our role is not to get involved in the politics or the perspectives of this group or that group. Our job is to make sure we are training and delivering the best service we can. So that's been reinforced. I'll be straight with you. There are some of the emails that went out that I wish had not gone out. And we have an organization of over 200 people. Like everyone, they have expressions, and they I believe are sharing perspective that's helpful to the overall view of how things are going, but not necessarily in line with the lens of how it looks to outside the department and what the perception is when those comments are made in terms of, do you really care? And is your culture really what you say it is, Chief? And so I own those, council member. I am working to make sure we don't have that. Additionally, I do want to note that some of the emails that were quoted or were discussed in the anonymous emails never saw the light of day outside of our chain of command. So that didn't go broad and wide to everybody to address some of the concern about impact. So.
Can I ask a follow-up? So is there a policy regarding social media and emails?
There is for both of them. Yes, there are. If you want me to provide that in writing to you, I certainly can. And I'm really hoping you don't ask me to recall them by memory, because I'll have to look them up and read to you too. So, but yes, we do.
All right, Council Member Core.
Thank you. Some of my questions have been answered, but I just have a comment, Chief, that it was disheartening to see the emails and social media posts coming through from our police officers. So, I mean, that's just what you see. So now it makes me question what we don't see, right? So that's the whole reason we keep bringing up having possibly oversight committee or having data analysis, or, all the questions that all the questions we've been asking and all the feedback we've been asking, because this is the stuff that we learned about from other individuals or community members. What's the stuff that we don't know about? And some of these officers who, how they behave with our, community. So it's sort of something to take with you. I know you're very proud of the department, and I know you're doing a great job of, everything that you do. And I know being a police officer is an extremely hard job, but it's just something to keep in mind that that the comments that we get and the feedback we get from the community is valid, right? So we need to keep that in mind. And I hope you'll implement some sort of policies on social media behavior. And you said you already have it, but on it's kind of like what I feel like is if we have a policy that says you can't post, right, you should be posting this, but what are these individuals really feeling? Like, so we need to have more training for our officers. And I know you said you have training, but how often is their training? So it's kind of like, I know I'm kind of rumbling on right now, but it's just thought process going through my head. Like, it was disturbing for me to see those posts. I'll end at that. Thank you.
And I hear you, Councilmember Kaur. I share similar concerns in terms of what it's saying, the unintended consequences to our community, right? How that reflects. There are some technical things, and I don't know that we'll have time to go over this tonight, but there is complex issues that weigh individuals' First Amendment constitutional given rights and being a government official and the restrictions on your conduct off duty. And I want to be clear, we did look at those posts, and I personally would like that they were not posted. I assure you they do not cross the technical line of a private citizen commenting, because the officers, one of the main triggers is that they have to identify themselves as a government employee, or for this case, a police officer. And so there's a nexus to work that gives me the authority to investigate and deal with the issue. As a private person on a private post, not associated or named with the organization, it becomes somewhat difficult to go and do further interview and question on that, because they have a right to do it. It has to meet a threshold. In these circumstances, the initial ones that we have do not meet that threshold. The other part is there, as you saw in the email, there are repeated threats of releasing more heinous emails, and an allegation that I don't want them. That's not true. If we have specific information that's actionable, that is policy violations, we will do that. We have had instances where officers have crossed the line with social media, representing themselves and representing this badge in our city. And though that has resulted in discipline, just for the record, and or lesser performance counseling things. So when it does cross the line, we do address it. It's a really complicated situation, and it's a balance of constitutional rights and labor law. And so that said, you asked about training on it. We just reviewed that policy with the union some time ago. In the email, it's an allegation that, I conspired to secretly contact the union attorney or union president, and so that there could be this good cover up and all this stuff. And that's just complete nonsense. It's not true. I will freely admit, it was a weekend. We weren't at work when I learned of this. If you note in the email, it wasn't sent to me. It was sent as a trap and a bait that I was supposed to fall into this trap and do something wrong. That didn't happen. And what I did do is I picked up the phone, talked to the union president, said, we've received this information. We are looking into it. I don't know that it crosses the line in terms of policy violation, but I think this would be a good time or an opportunity to contact the membership and remind them of our policies and the potential outcomes if they cross the line with their policies. There was no talk about shut down your email and do any of that stuff. That's all speculation. That's all nonsense. I didn't have a lot of options because it didn't automatically cross the line for us in policy. So I did the next best thing is I led. And thankfully I have a relationship with the then and new union president to where they took it seriously. And you saw the email that came out. it was very clear guidance to them. It wasn't to hide anything. So I stand behind that. I think I did the one thing that I thought I could do to help the situation and make sure we didn't have a bigger problem.
All right. I'm going to go to Councilmember Larmer, and then we can talk about how we want to continue this discussion. Councilmember Larmer?
Yeah, so just some follow-up. When I say, we instructed them to hide, the email did say, basically lock it down. So that's where that interpretation on my part came from. It was, lock down your friends, lock down your lists, maybe even stay off social media, period. Again, it wasn't bad practice. It wasn't bad practice necessarily to have anybody do that, because for all of us, what we say on social media is a reflection of our positions as well. But I think the bigger, kind of going on what Councilmember Cora was saying, the concern is, what are they thinking? And like, we had the discussion, Chief, like what's in their hearts and minds. And I don't know that we can control what's in their hearts and minds. But, if we have some that have, some bias and some militant sort of us versus them attitude, I think the reading I've been doing lately is that you can't necessarily train those tendencies out. But what you can do is you can put in place strong policy that drives their behavior. And I think that's why it's so critical to me that we don't waste time on these policies. We need those policies directing and framing and reining in behavior, because that's the only way that I think we are going to make the cultural change is by changing and enforcing what we expect, behavioral expectations. Because otherwise, I don't know how you draw a broad stroke and change how people feel about the communities they serve. They need to display it. They need to demonstrate behaviors that are prescripted by policy. So that's all I'm going to say.
And I hear you, and I agree with the policy, Jill. I would ask for a little grace in determining what the mindset of the officers are, however, and I would look at the performance they do as comparison to a handful of posts that we see on social media that were probably emotive driven with the tension and things going on in the country. Not an excuse for it at all, but clearly not maliciously meant to send a message that we don't care about our community. I respect everything you're saying. I would ask you to keep a broader perspective on the thousands of indications that our officers care deeply and want to care for and take care of our community. So just a balanced perspective there is all I can ask, I guess.
Thank you, Chief. So it's my understanding that Councilmember Boyce is going to be joining the conversation here again very shortly. I just kind of want to get a sense of, is everyone okay continuing through a few more questions? Because I think that this is really an important discussion, and I want to make sure that everybody is heard at this point, rather than considering postponing this to another time. And I saw Councilmember Fincher, you gave me a thumbs up. Let's go ahead and do you want to ask any questions at this point, Councilmember Fincher?
Sure. So with the anonymous group's offer to send the additional social media posts, since we don't know why they are, why not take them and look at them?
I'm waiting for them, council member. It would be my answer to that. What we've received, and it's difficult to have a conversation or to respond to, and definitely have discussion with a group that identifies as anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing.
The other thing is you've seen the prior emails that have come in. I can't even tell you if it's the same people or different people, but we did respond to those initial emails and we did say we would like to have further discussion on this. Let us know. And the response is they don't want to talk to us. This is a very healthy process and I welcome this, and tell me when and where and we'll have these conversations. It is a one-sided issue with that. They send emails. They're inaccurate, they're inflammatory, they're speculative, and make no bones about it, the intent is to divide our community. I'm glad we're not going down that path. Let's deal with the issues, let's talk. I'll open it up again. Anonymous group, please call me, let's have a conversation. You're worried about public disclosure, let's videotape it. We'll make it broadcasted to the entire world. We are accountable. We don't have anything to hide. We don't always do it right, but we try to do it right all the time. And so that issue is I'm just going to say it's hogwash because I can't use a worse term on public communications. What we get though, back to your question, is the threats of future things coming. Well, it's been several months. Please send us the information if you have it. We will look into it. I'm not sure why, if we are truly interested in making progress and addressing issues, why hold that and use these extortion tactics, which basically, if we don't do what they demand, then they're going to try and crush us and make us look bad. They've done that at least 3 times now. So, I'd like to just have the discussion and deal with the issues. So if there are, please let us know. We will look into them.
And thank you for putting that offer out there, because that's what more can you do to get that going. As far as other things that were said in the email, there was some of that was about training and discipline, that some things had been, for instance, de-escalation training, that no de-escalation training had taken place except for one time. But as far as accreditation, I would imagine that that's one of the issues in there. So why could it not be found there? Is it not in our dashboard? Where would that information be found if we do have it? Is that some of the data that we have?
So yes, I'll break that question up there because that was a good question, but there were parts to it, right? So I want to go back to, earlier on we were, it was pointed out that we didn't have de-escalation in our policies, like the word de-escalation. And I came to the council and I provided the information. De-escalation is a term that came through an initiative from the public. It wasn't a law enforcement created term. We have a lot of terms. De-escalation isn't something that was common in terms of department policy. We talked about there being a practice of it, but not explicitly that way. So we now have a new policy that speaks specifically to de-escalation, and we're addressing that. I-940 enacted law that started January that really required for the first time, and what you see in the law for the first time, the requirement for de-escalation training. So now you're seeing the law change and all the policies are coming behind it. So it's hard to have a term in your training that didn't really exist in law enforcement realms. Not that we didn't do it. And I want to make that crystal clear. We de-escalate all the time. Our numbers are clear on that. When your use of force rate is 0.3%, clearly in the thousands and hundreds of thousands of contacts that we have with the community, our officers practice de-escalation. Okay. So it's one of these, let's create an issue and make a point of something, and it's not really a fair way to do it. It would be like me coming up with a term and saying, hey, why don't you have this? It's in essence, is kind of what has happened to us. I'm not whining about it. We are rapidly making the adjustment, and you will see explicitly where we draw the line and we can show where de-escalations. I have the training schedule for this year, and it's in there, I assure you. So that's, it sounds like an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's the reality of what happened. So
In our training, you have to go in and look at what we did for scenario-based things using our simulator in tabletop discussions and all of these things. And it is in there. It's just not called de-escalation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. I cannot remember my specific question. I think I previously asked to see like the training schedule. So Chief, you said that that is readily available. So I'm glad to hear that. Oh, okay, I know what it was. So in one of these emails, they mentioned that use of force was used more often on people of color. And I want to give you an opportunity to speak to that.
Yeah, so our data, which we provide, we're provided when requested, and we have it captured, shows that use of force is used close to 10% when it comes to Black individuals and Indigenous people. It is used closer to 6% for white people, Asians, and Hispanics. So it asks a really big question: why is it? And we would have to look and correlate data related to how calls are generated, who's involved with it, what's going on. Is it a crime of violence that we're talking about here, or are these petty crimes that we're seeing use of forces in, and that kind of analysis. Again, and we've talked at a lot of time and exhaustion almost about the inadequacies of our data collection and our analytic capabilities. I'm not hiding anything. We do not have the systems I would like to see us have. The good news is the mayor, the council came together, you approved the funding to get a consultant, and we are moving on that. Quick update on that. The RFP is in final draft form. It has been attorneyized, as I like to say, legalized by our attorneys. And I hope to be able to put that out for bid, and I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks. We need to look at it and make sure it's right. We did run it by Uriel. He's put his comments in there, which were spot on. So it's coming. It's not as quick as any of us want us to see. So the thing is, I'm being asked to answer a question for you that I have to be honest, I don't have all the data to answer adequately. We can speculate, and certainly if we start from a negative position, you can say, well, clearly there's racism there. And I want to say there may be, or there may not be. We have to get more information to be able to make that determination. So it's a clear, I think, a clear case for why we need better systems, and we're working on that.
Councilmember Boyce.
Thank you. I just getting back, I had to step out, so I might have missed a lot, so forgive me. I want to make a statement and I have a question for the chief. I think at the end of the day, we have a large organization. We all know Kent is the sixth largest city in the state, and we all work professionally and in an organization, and there's never a perfect organization. But however, when things occur, I'm more concerned about the accountability. Are we holding our officers or the people in our organization accountable when they are working outside of the realm of the scope that we asked them to be? So, and I heard you when I came in, Chief, you asking people, hey, if you got information, you got data, show me. Because I strongly believe that the chief do want to fix it. And I guess my question would be, I don't know if you can answer this question here, Chief. If not, that's okay. So over the last year or 18 months, have you released any officer for being inappropriate and not holding up to the standards of the Kent Police Department?
Yes, and I think you had stepped out when we had this part of the conference, council member. During my time as chief, I've terminated 2 employees. Both of them had issues in performance that were not acceptable, did not meet with the public trust. And I want to be careful here. There's an arbitration process in play in which there is a hearing scheduled to
to weigh in. Officers have a right to appeal, and this process is not complete. So I want to say that I made the determination to terminate, and that the hearing for that to finalize that one way or the other is coming up. So I want to be respectful there.
Okay.
The other employee was a newer employee. He made statements that made me feel that I could not trust him to uphold the community trust and to be a servant that cared at his core. And so that he does not have, that employee did not have rights to retain his job. And so I was able to terminate him without the prolonged process that was otherwise required. I don't say that as a badge of honor. I think when we reach a point where we hire good people and things don't work out and we end up firing them, that's a failure somewhere, right? And just so people are aware, when we have those type of incidents happen, we conduct a review of that. We call them ethical autopsies. We go back to the person's beginning when they applied. We look at their record. We look at the discipline. We ask ourselves, were there times in the person's timeline where there was a turn and they became an issue? Because we certainly do not knowingly hire people who are going to betray the public trust. And we screen them so hard that we're always surprised when an employee takes a turn. So in addition to holding them accountable, we go back and we look at ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, where did we as an organization fail to either hire the right person or to support this person so they didn't go left and right of us? And a lot of it, and there's studies on this, the long-term impact of stress and chronic stress and the shift lifestyle impacts people. Watching people die, watching babies die, being involved in fighting for your life. These are traumatic incidents, and there's no doubt in my mind that sometimes that stress and those incidents, that trauma, do cause people to turn and eventually find themselves terminated from this employment. It is not a right to be a police officer, in my opinion. It is a privilege. It is a duty. And if you violate that, I'm sorry, but I will ensure that to the fullest of my ability, that you're not going to be a police officer.
I just want to add to, with the emails, I take those personally because I see myself as part of the city of Kent as an elected official, right? So, I just think if there's things going on, I will hope that people, if you know about it, you can send us emails, send it to the chief. That's the only way they're going to get addressed is by us knowing them. And if they don't get addressed, then that's a totally different story. And you don't know what you don't know. So I think we all, as elected official, if there's something out there, please send it. And we want the chief to look into it and follow up on it and take care of it and take action. But I see myself as a part of this organization, and this is also a reflection of all of us, not just the chief, all of us, and we definitely want to do it. That's why we as a council decide to hire a consultant, because we do want to be able to have good data so we can make a decision and hold the chief and anybody else accountable. So right now, the sooner we get that data, the better, and then we will continue moving forward. So I just want to make that statement, and I thank you, Chief, for all you do.
Thank you. And Madam President, if I could, the Councilmember Boyce touched on something I would like to add to the conversation. Okay, so we talked about the data, and I'd be remiss in not including the fact that we, and I'll make this crystal clear, we want universal use of force reporting requirements. One of the challenges with data is that our data is different from every other data. The circumstances are different, how they're measured, what's talked about. We really need a standard at the state level. I'd like to see it at the federal level that mandates what's recorded, how it's recorded, and how it's reported back out to the community. So we are supporting legislation in that currently through our process through the city. I am on the board of the Washington Association of Chiefs of Police, and I am supporting those initiatives as well. I want to tell you that we need to get a lot better in how we collect the data, but once we figure out what needs to be measured and we have systems in place,
I look forward to those days. I think that that's going to be very helpful and it's needed.
All right, Councilmember Fincher.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilmember Boyce that the chief does want to get this fixed, but in order to do that, we need to know what needs to be fixed. To that point, Chief is just mentioning the data and use of force data, but it goes beyond use of force data. It goes beyond the regular stop where the officer and the individual go their separate ways at the end because no one was arrested and so there wasn't anything taken. We've had the conversations about data and hardware IT systems that are needed, but also I mentioned that even when we get to the point where we have those systems, it would be good to have the data at that point to be able to input to the system instead of waiting to get to that point and then starting to collect the data. So I still think that we need to start collecting the data today. So I'd like to come up with a way that even if it gets filed until we have that system that is going to collect everything into one place for us, that we don't wait here in Kent to collect that data, especially since the efforts I know of, hopefully I'm wrong, but the efforts I know of at the state are on use of force data and not looking at the other aspects that need to be collected. Are you aware of any other efforts at the state level, or what is your thought on that about collecting other types of data, Chief?
So first, I'm in agreement that we should have the data to answer the questions, particularly the questions about discriminatory practice and bias in enforcement, right? We don't have those mechanisms now. We're limited, and I've got a bunch of excuses that I'll save you, as we talked about. So I want to get there, and I'm not afraid of that. I think the data is going to be very helpful, and I think it's going to show a broader picture than I think some people expect. So my thing is, let's do it. We do need to be careful, and as we move out to be progressive and lead and do the things that need to place, I agree with you, Councilmember Fincher. There's certain things that we can't wait for legislation to get caught up on, although there's a risk, right? The legislation comes out and you have to change what you're doing. To that point, though, my concern is, and I want to footnote this, is we start collecting data that no one else collects, and we put it out there. And without reference or context to what a norm would be, we do run the risk of drawing criticism that we can't measure, we can't validate. So let's do it. I just want to do it the smart way. I want to do it based on what a professional tells me, because I will tell you, I didn't study data and analytics and statistics in school. So I just want to make sure we're doing it smart and that we build it in a way as quickly as we can, but in a way that also doesn't provide misinformation, because there's a danger there as well, right? So you're going to get an excited leader in me that wants to make sure we can get to the data we need.
Thank you. Because I'm not only thinking race, but age, time of stops, locations. There's all sorts of other information. And I know in talking to some of your officers who also want to, two of them who you have in leadership positions, who also wanted to collect data, there's a lot more data that I hadn't even thought about that needs to be collected. So glad to hear that.
Yeah, and I do want to footnote there are processes that go to collecting the data, right? We don't have automatic ways to say how many times an officer talked to someone today, right? And so there's a lot of data that we'll have to figure out how do we capture it without crushing the officers in administrative processes that detract from their ability to handle emergency calls, right? So there's lots that goes into that. And so let's continue working. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, Chief, as far as data goes, there are some things in the policy manual that say there's an annual report. So we've got vehicle pursuits, use of force, internal investigations, bias-based profiling, complaints, or incidents. I know some of those make their way into the annual report. I've seen some of those. Other ones I have not seen. So what kinds of data is there for, let's say, internal investigations or bias-based profiling complaints?
So what we have are it's actual paper, there's to say. We actually have the paper reports that document what was done and how it was done. So any data that comes out of that has to be manually extracted. And we do it for our annual reports. I want to be clear though, the annual reports were created, or the standards came in years ago, and they are a product of our accreditation process. And they were initially designed to look at the effectiveness and efficiency of our policies, our training, and our equipment. In more recent years, because we adapt, there was a lens that came into that says, hey, you need to look at this to the degree that you can in terms of racial disparity and discriminatory bias in enforcement. So we get to this point where we have that partial picture again that we talked about. And so now I have data that gives part of the picture, but not the full picture. And so it becomes an issue of, we do the best to discern and adjust and make positive changes on what we can tell, but there's big holes in that. So as far as moving, significant changes based on the data, it's one of those issues. I don't feel comfortable we always have enough of the information. So again, back to the point of, let's get movement on this. Let's fix this through developing that. I'd welcome it. Councilmember Michelle, you asked a very good question about why they're not publicized, right? And that's all public disclosure. Anybody that wants it can get it. So just in a practical sense, we've never published them. So, that's something, okay, we could consider that. I do want to go back to, we'll put the information out there. The public has a right to see it. We just have to know that partial information can sometimes paint a picture that's not accurate. And I don't know that it would, but I just want to be careful of that.
Councilmember Boyce.
This has been a very good and powerful information session here, and I really appreciate the chief taking time out. And I know Councilman Fincher, maybe some of you other may have, but I try to do at least 3 times a year go on a ride with a police officer. I can remember my first one with Sergeant Wims, and we was up on Highway 99, and my heart was beating, and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's been on 99, a lot of stuff going on. And just to see how they respond and react to things, I just grew a great appreciation for police officer, right? And I just think what a cute little baby there. I strongly, if you haven't, not just during the daytime, but midnight, 1 in the morning. And I know the chief and his team highly encouraged, because that's how we learn as well too. It's just going on the police ride along, and we will get a lot smarter, and it'll help us be better councilmen when it comes to how we want to improve the things that we do around police, because I agree, we always can get better, but I just would encourage my council member to go on one of those late 1 o'clock ride, and definitely you'll see some excitement. So, but once again, thanks, Chief.
Thank you. And don't forget this when you come out for your ride along. Name the place, date, and time. You get to come on, but don't forget your mask.
Gotcha.
Member Fincher, your hand is still raised. Do you have any other questions or comments?
Well, a comment just to Councilmember Boyce's comment. That was earlier when I said some of us have more information than the average person in the public. That's exactly where most of that information comes from. And I've also said before that I think it's unfortunate that the general public doesn't have the opportunity to gain that level of information. I also agree with Councilmember Boyce. I don't know if you said it tonight, but we have before. I agree. We have a good police department. We have an excellent police department. And I've said before, part of the reason I live in Kent, part of my determinant was the Kent Police Department looking at what was going on in Seattle and Federal Way and other places. But I've also said that we don't have a perfect police department and there's room for improvement, just as individually we all have room for improvement. And I want to make sure that we have the tools and supply the tools, which I see as part of my job, to make sure that the police department has what they need to be able to do that, which part of that is training. You know, not having a perfect police department, I checked with Chief, or actually through Derek, to find out, did we have any police officers in Washington, D.C.? And no, to our knowledge, no, we did not. But part of that is ensuring that we know and that when I say that we have a good police department, there's a reason that I can say that. But I also know that we have had some issues and problems, and that's what I want to address. I don't think that we have a department full of racists, but I think I would be naive to think that we have not a single racist in the department, just because people come from the regular community. I know that implicit and explicit racism is a part of our society. So I'm sure that it also touches every other part of not only the department, but of the world that I've known to live in. So with that said, I just want to be sure that I am doing what I can to listen to our public, to check that out with the department, to look at stats and figures and everything that we can to make sure that we are doing the best for our city, which includes our employees, it includes our residents, includes our businesses, it includes everybody who drives through Kent. And so thank you for sitting with us tonight, Chief. Thank you for that invitation to the group who is sending the emails. Thank you to my council members for the time tonight and for coming back, Councilmember Boyce. But thank you.
Hey, Councilman Finch, I just want to follow up. I mean, that was well said. Well said. And I agree with you 200%. You know, we do have a good police department. I strongly believe in our chief. He's not the type that's going to run away from issues, and he's not saying we all perfect. But one thing, when you bring an issue and they get addressed, then that's what I'm asking for. And if it happened over and over and over, then we got a different story. I just like the fact what he said earlier, where he took that tape and he have everybody go through and look at it and talk about lesson learned, which I think there was lesson learned. I'm not a police officer, right? So I just I ditto what you said, Councilmember Fincher. We got a great police department. Yes, there is some improvement, and I stand behind the chief, and we will address the issues, and that's why we as council decide to go out and get the consultant. That's why we asking for data, and we all in this together, right? And we want to make sure that the problem gets solved. Or we as council, elected officials, are a reflection of the city, and we want to make sure that the issues get resolved. And I look forward to getting the data. It'll be great. So, thank you once again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyce. But I just want to make sure it is part of our duty to check and to ask the questions and to look in it. And we have the meeting tomorrow evening with with the chief, looking at some of the different trainings a training opportunity that we have that we can bring to the department. I've mentioned Philip Goff to you before, Chief, so it's another name that you know. So we are doing what we are called to do.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any hands raised. Councilmember Michaud.
Thank you. Okay, Chief. So I want to thank you for being here, put in this position to answer all these questions, to listen to all of our criticisms. I really appreciate it when people ask me, what do you think about the chief? And do you want to fire him? Well, obviously I can't do that, and I don't want to. I said, where are you going to find a police chief who is willing to talk to council members? You don't have to do that. Who's going to sit here and take these criticisms? Who's willing to sit down with me one-on-one and discuss policies? So I want you to know that. I appreciate that, and I feel better after this conversation. It's unfortunate if others don't think that we have a good police chief or feel better after this conversation. We can talk about that later. So I just want to thank you, and I appreciate you being here and sitting here, listening to this criticism and all these questions.
Thank you. That actually, all of your comments mean a lot to me. And thank you. And this is my job, and we'll do it again. So let me know, like I said. Thank you.
Councilmember Larmer.
I just want to echo what has been said, Chief. I do appreciate you being here and sitting in the hot seat. It's definitely not fun. And I do, I think Councilmember Fincher said it well, that we have a good police department. We have a good police chief. Are there bad apples? Sure, but there's bad apples in every organization, and because the police are just a segment of the population, that's going to happen. But I am encouraged by what I'm hearing, that we're moving forward with the RFP for the data, because we've got to be able to measure it, or we can't manage it. I'm encouraged by what I've heard tonight about accountability, and I hope we continue to have conversations on accountability and oversight and deepen those channels of communication. But more than anything, yes, I am walking away feeling better, knowing that we have some work to do, but I do feel better knowing that work has begun. So thank you.
It's pretty clear that you definitely had the backing of this council for what I'm hearing, right? So we definitely want to get, it's not that you're off the hot seat, right? You're always on the hot seat, but we definitely want to continue seeing improvement, holding people accountable. But it's pretty clear to me from what I'm hearing, you have the backing of this council. So keep up the good work and keep us informed as you always have done. And, and we look forward to it.
And Chief, let us know, because hopefully you will hear and have a sit-down meeting that is taped or whatever with that group. I would like to have follow along with that.
Absolutely.
All right. I think everyone has had a chance to say a few things, so I'm just going to take. Oh.
Go ahead. After you, Council President, I have something I would like to say, if I could.
You want to go first? It's okay.
You should close this out. That is the position. So I mean this with all sincerity. Being in the hot seat comes with this job. I don't take it lightly, but I do want to say that without sounding patronizing, I think it is incredibly commendable to all of you, your leadership, and the opportunity to do this the right way. I am very proud that our city and our leadership and our elected officials are not at each other's throats. We're not backstabbing. We're not doing that. This is how real work gets done. Leaders get together. They have difficult conversations. They make a plan and they move forward, and they hold me accountable for that. And so I'm incredibly proud to work for a city that is shaped that way, with a mayor that is, and attitudes from our council that's that way. And I just want to say thank you. I'm glad I'm here. I love this city, and I'm so glad that I got this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I want to thank all of my colleagues for spending these couple of hours to have very honest, important conversations. You asked some really hard questions. You asked them from your heart. And I commend you all for that, because I know for some of you, it makes you a little uncomfortable. And I really appreciate us being able to get together in this group and being able to talk openly. And I really appreciate you for being here, Chief, for answering our questions, for sharing your perspective. Back in 2018, we implemented body cameras. That was something that the public had asked for. It was a way for us to be transparent with the community. And we saw tonight that you are able to take some of what you get from that and use that as a teaching tool. You talked about 2 incidences tonight, one that you're still working on, one that you've worked through. You've taken care of different incidences in that. And you're continuing to do that as you command your police force. But one of the things that you did say that I think is really important is that we have an amazing police force. They are out there doing a great job. And those are things we didn't talk about tonight. And I think that it's a good reminder that there are people out there protecting our community. They are doing it with compassion. They care about people. They're providing support and they're providing resources. And that comes from their leadership, the job that they're doing. And so I just want to thank you for all that you're doing. Thank all of our officers for going out every day, keeping our community safe while they leave their own families at home. And you guys are all doing a great job. And I really appreciate us being able to have this open and honest conversation and continuing to ask those questions that will make our department even better and stronger. So thank you very much.
You.
Madam President?
Yes.
Just one more thing. I think it's also good and to remember that the chief had talked about a number of the things that the officers, the different stressors that they have. And we know that with that job does come more responsibility that, you know, from the Bible, whom much is given, much is expected. You know, these are people who actually do carry life and death in their hand or on their hip. And so that is why more is expected of them. And with the public, so people come from different places. The policing in Kent is not what policing is every place. And so I think also for the officers to remember that people are coming to them with different experiences also is, you know, which is why that de-escalation part is important, because being able to see humans on both sides, you know, that's one of the problems of that is seen from the police to the public side, but also from the public to the police side. Both sides are humans. And so doing the work to get that thought through is very important. And I hope that continues on both sides. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Fincher. All right. I, again, thank you all for being here this evening. This great conversation. I think we made a lot of headway as we continue to have these conversations. So everyone stay safe this evening. Enjoy the rest of your night. And we will see you here next week. Take care, everybody. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Cloud-based solution will provide new technology for a better end user experience and reporting capabilities.